Louise Hay film, Cheryl Richardson interview, take one.
Very good.
So early on in my life, probably in my early to mid-20s, I was living like a lot of people do, fairly unconsciously, but not aware of my unconsciousness, just kind of going through life and often feeling as though life was happening to me, that I was a victim to what was going on in my life, or that the things that the places in my life where I was unhappy, whether it was in a relationship or where I was living or in my job, had nothing to do with, had less to do with what I was doing and more to do with just sort of the circumstances of life. And I started to be introduced to looking at the world in a different way. For example, through Louise's book, You Can Hear Your Life, which was very influential to me early on. What a lot of people don't know, I actually have as a side story, a funny little story about Louise that nobody really knows. And that is that when I was probably 24 or 25 years old, I volunteered for an organization called Interface in Cambridge, Mass. That was considered the East Coast Esalen, you may remember that. And it's a place where people like Deepak Chopra would come, and Bernie Siegel, got his sort of start there. And I was volunteering there, and I was volunteering because I was really interested in this whole self-help field, and recovery was a big thing at the time. And Louise Hay was coming to speak for Interface. She was coming to a hall in downtown Boston, and I had read You Can Heal Your Life. And I was really taken by two things. Number one, the fact that she was teaching from her own experience, and she was so honest about her life in the book. I was really engaged by that. But also the practical nature of the book, that you could actually do something with it. You could look up and see, oh, I have this physical ailment, and therefore this might be going on. And I appreciated the the fact that it was interactive. And so I was really taken by her work. And so I asked if I could be the volunteer that would drive to the airport to pick her up and to take her back to the hall. Now, nobody knows this. It's really ironic, actually. Here I am today, a Hay House author and a speaker, and Louise doesn't even know this. She probably doesn't even remember, but I remember driving to the airport. It was in the dead of winter, and it was freezing. And, so this is one of the first people who has really touched my life in a significant way and has begun the opening to the belief that, wow, maybe there's something more to life than meets the eye. Like maybe there's something that I'm doing in my life that's creating what's happening and not just the fact that life is happening to me. So I drive to the airport. It's freezing cold. I get there, and of course her flight is delayed. And it's delayed for about 3 hours. And I sit in the airport, as this like young, excited fan, who just can't wait to meet her. And I'm, every time they say, the flight will be in 20 minutes, I'm like, okay, and I'm fixing myself and hoping that I look really smart and hoping that I don't look too eager, although I'm sure I just look like a bumbling idiot just waiting like this little girl. And I remember the flight finally came. It was probably at 1 o'clock in the morning, and she had long hair, and she came down the jetway, she was walking down the jetway, and I was watching her, and she came out like a queen. And I sat there speechless, like, I can't believe this is really Louise Hay, and I'm going to meet her. And, she's looking around, and I'm just so taken by her that I forget that I'm supposed to stand up and go, hi, I'm your volunteer. And eventually I did that, and she was very gracious and got in the car and drove her back, and then went to pick her up at the hotel the next night to take her to the venue where she was going to speak. And I just remember she just had such a presence about her way back then that she still has today. And that night when I heard her speak, that, along with some other events that occurred during that time, was the awakening when I thought, wow, there's something about the way I think that may be influencing what's happening in my life. And so somebody had said to me, and I don't remember who it was some teacher, had talked about how, there is this power greater than us at work in the world. And, one of the ways you can test it is, one of the ways you can test how our thinking partners with this greater power, and in that partnership, we can manifest things in our life. And one of the ways you can test it is very simple. Just take a little yellow sticky note and write down 2 or 3 things that you'd really like to have in your life. And then keep that sticky note in view so that you see it all the time. You don't focus on it too hard, but you just keep it in your consciousness. And so I thought, yeah, this is a bunch of baloney, but I'll give it a try. I'm willing to try anything. So I take the little yellow sticky note, and I write. I specifically write out, because they said you have to be very specific about what you want, don't be general. So I write exactly the kind of computer that I wanted. I was a young writer, you know, and wanted, back then it was a big deal to get a computer with a word processor on, you know, a word processor on it. And so I specifically wrote the kind of computer and the kind of software and the kind of word processor that I wanted. And then I put down that I wanted to travel. And this person had said, by the way, if there's certain things you want, make sure you put the word free in front of them, like make it fun. So I wrote free travel. And there was a third thing, I don't remember what it was, but this was in November. About a month later, for Christmas, my boss at the time, I was working for an entrepreneur as an administrative assistant, my boss gave me the exact computer that I had written down on the yellow sticky note as a Christmas gift. And I remember when I opened the box and I saw what it was, and I saw it happened to be something I had worked on, a system I had worked on for him, and I saw what he had given me, I thought, oh my God, what if this actually works? And then I went, nah, it can't possibly, it's just a coincidence. And I said, the heck with it, and, you know, threw it away. But then 2 weeks later, a dear friend of mine who worked for a large Fortune 50 company called me and said, hey, guess what? I won the top salesperson award in my company, and it's a free trip to Boca Raton to stay in the presidential suite of the Boca Raton Resort Hotel. Now, I didn't even know where Boca Raton was. But she said, you know, I can bring a guest with me, want to come with me. It won't cost anything, and we'll get to stay in the presidential suite. And that's when I went, okay, give me that little sticky note again. Maybe there's something to this, you know. And sure enough, and that was a very powerful experience for me. You know, I've since grown up a lot since then, and I don't see the universe as Santa Claus, where you just sort of write things down and they happen. There's a lot more to it than that. However, it was my commitment to be awake, to become more conscious, and my willingness to actually think about what I wanted. You know, that experience gave me a visceral sense of what it was like to be the master of my own destiny instead of feeling like the victim, or instead of feeling like I was at the effect of the world. Maybe I had something to do with this as well. And so, you know, many years later, I'm 25 years older, and I realized that the gift of that little sticky note was the recognition, the spark of recognition that I have a lot more to do with what happens in my life and in the lives of the people around me than I ever realized. And therefore, I need to be very responsible about that power, and it's my duty to use it. Some of the challenges I see with the purple, some of the challenges I see with purple.
I have lots of issues.
Purple really bothers me, okay? There's something about purple. Don't get me started, because I'll do a whole Saturday Night Live riff. Thank you. Okay, I get it. Okay. That was great. Some of the challenges that people are faced with are the same kinds of things, same challenges I've been faced with. Impatience, a lack of clarity. So let's start there with a lack of clarity. Most of us think in generalities. I hate my job, I want a new job. Okay, that's great. That's a great place to start. But what are you looking for? Like getting specific, knowing what you want. A lot of people know what they don't want, but they don't necessarily know what they want. So really taking the time to clarify what it is you want, like really investing the time in that. It's amazing to me. We're so busy that we don't really put a lot of time and energy into really sitting down and saying, what's working in my life? What isn't? What do I want to change? And then specifically looking at what I want to change. So clarity, and then another obstacle is just not knowing what to do. Like a lot of times, we're missing information about what the next step might be in terms of the action equation of affirmations plus actions equals miracles, right? A lot of times we're missing information about what to do, how to take action, but we call it something else, like I must be afraid, that's why I'm stuck, or I'm sabotaging my success, that's a big one. That's why, my intentions aren't happening for me, or that's why I'm stuck. I have a fear of success. That's why I'm stuck. When really, a lot of times, it's quite simple. People just don't know what to do next. That's where the profession of coaching has been so helpful, because if you say to me, you want to write a book, believe me, you're going to talk to me about, how you're afraid you have nothing important to say, or it's all been said before, and you think that's what's keeping you stuck, but the truth is you don't know that, I have to write a book proposal. Great. What does that look like? Oh, you know what? There's a book out there called How to Write the Perfect Book Proposal. And if you read it, it will show you what it looks like, and then you can actually do it. What I've found that's so wonderful and resilient and encouraging and inspiring about humanity is we will take actions when someone just helps us to know what it is we need to do. And another important obstacle, I think, is isolation. We're lonely, and we need each other. You know, we came to this planet together for a reason. And I think it's a lack of support and an inability to ask for help that often keeps us stuck. So you may have an intention, I want to write a book. You finally get the information about what it is you need to do, but then you get scared along the way, because we get scared. And who's there to hold your hand or to say, you know what, it's okay. You know, yes, you can do this. Just like, let's break it down into an even smaller step so that you stay moving in the right direction instead of allowing yourself to be stuck. And, you know, by the way, don't go to the hardware store for milk. Make sure you turn to people for support who are really going to support you. Because a lot of us, when we start doing those things to honor our soul or to express our creativity, those are really vulnerable acts. You know, the things that we intend or that we affirm for our lives are those things that are deeply important to our soul, and so they're vulnerable. And too often we turn to people who just squash them, you know, or who tell you why it isn't going to work, or why that's a crazy affirmation, or that's a crazy intention. That's called going to the hardware store for milk. You want to go to the people who are really going to hold your hand on the journey and say, hey, I'm right there with you. So those are some of the obstacles. So in my life, I would say the first, I can't say the first half of my life because who knows where I am in it, but probably the first 30 or so years of my life, most of my spiritual growth was around relationships. I actually find that to be true for a lot of people, that it's our relationships, particularly our romantic or intimate relationships, where we get challenged the most early on. And so a lot of I would often choose men, I would often fall in love with a man's potential and then have a relationship with the dream of that relationship. So I would literally be in relationship with the dream of what it could be instead of the reality of what it was. And that's like probably the most prevalent theme throughout all of my early relationships. And the gift of them, the gift of every single person I was ever involved with, and I see all of them as spiritual change agents today, is that they really forced me to grow. You know, they were the painful relationships with the men who weren't emotionally available, and I thought for sure, you know, they couldn't feel their feelings, and they couldn't be there for me emotionally until, you know, a therapist said to me, did it ever occur to you that maybe you can't feel your feelings and you can't be there emotionally for people? And that was a whole new concept for me. And, you know, and so that man who, quote, couldn't feel his feelings became a catalyst for me looking at my own inability to do that. And so a lot of my relationships were unbalanced as well. A lot of times I would choose partners who weren't ready for their own commitment to consciousness like I was, and I was trying to get them on board, which was a really arrogant and inappropriate thing to do, but I didn't know it at the time. I thought I was being helpful, and, you know, controlling looked like helpful and loving. And so I reached a point in my life, I mean, the truth was I was really afraid of being alone. And so I would rather be in a relationship that wasn't fulfilling than be alone. You know, like a lot of women, I grew up, you know, from generations of women where it wasn't okay to be alone. And so when I finally had enough therapy under my belt and enough healing under my belt where I said, you know what, something tells me I better be alone for a while if I'm going to find a good relationship, and I finally got my own apartment and moved in and dealt with all of the discomfort of that in the beginning, and then over time began to fall in love with myself and my own place. And then I started to think about meeting a partner, and I started to, you know, face the reality that I was lonely in a different way and that I wanted someone to share my life with. You know, by that point, so this is around 33 or 34, I had a clear history of having intentions, having affirmations, taking actions, and watching miracles unfold in my life. I mean, I have a million examples of how that happened in very powerful ways. And I write a lot about those experiences. And so I decided, you know what, I'm going to take this and I'm going to craft myself a great partner. And I spent 7 days writing about exactly the kind of man I'd like to meet, his physical qualities, intellectual, where he was at financially in his life, spiritually, all the way down to I hope he loves dogs, and, you know, I hope he has dark hair and dark eyes, because I'm so attracted to men with dark hair and dark eyes. My prayer is always, to God, please allow this or something greater to occur. Please, if this isn't in my highest and best interest, that's okay. Don't let it happen then. But please may this or something greater occur that supports my highest and best interest. So every day I worked on this list, and then at the end of 7 days I gave it to a close friend and I said, here, have I missed anything? Because you're always going to miss something. And I did, and she helped me to, really tighten up the list. And then I created a treasure map, something I've taught for years, and I took a big poster board and I started to take pictures of men that I thought were attractive out of magazines that kind of fit that profile, and men with dogs, and men engaged in the kinds of things that I like to do, and just this board, sort of like a storyboard of what my life would look like if I were in love with my perfect mate. One night I was sitting in my apartment with a girlfriend of mine who was an actress, and she was going through a magazine that had personal ads in it. And she was reading the different personal ads with different accents as part of her acting training. So she gave it to me and she said, here, you try with an Italian accent. And I suck at that. So I said, I'd open up the magazine and I start to read this one ad and I say to her, oh my God, this is an amazing ad. She said, read it to me. And I read it to her and I said, wow, there was something about it that just really hit me. And she said, call it. I said, absolutely not. I'm not calling a personal ad. Are you kidding me? She said, I dare you to call it. I said, no way, I'm not doing it. So I put the magazine down. Every day for 4 days, I picked up that magazine in my apartment and I read that ad. And on the 5th day, I remembered, affirmations plus action creates miracles. And I remember where I was standing. I remember the exact phone I used. I picked up the phone and I dialed the box number on the ad. And before I said anything into the recording, I said out loud, this is my prayer to the universe. I'm ready to meet somebody important in my life. I don't know whether it's this person or not, but this phone call is my willingness to take action to make that happen. 2 days later, Michael called. I love the name Michael, by the way, as well. And he called to respond to the ad. And we spoke by phone. I was so nervous. Talked by phone. He sent me his photo. I sent him mine. On the day that we were supposed to meet for dinner, I went to the post office and his photo never arrived. And I thought to myself, God, should I cancel the date and wait for the photo? And I said, nah, just go. And I walked to I went to the restaurant where I was to meet him, and he walked through the door, and I'll never forget, he walked through the door, and I thought, please, God, let that be him. And he walked up to me, and he went, Cheryl, and here I was, this professional speaker, right, this like all-together woman, and I went, Michael? Like a little girl. And that night was the first time in my life where I couldn't catch my breath through the whole dinner. As a matter of fact, he started making fun of me. And as I got to know him, I realized he met just about everything on my list except cooking. I forgot to put a man that cooks on my list, which I really want to go on record as saying is an important thing if you don't cook, but no. But honest to God, so that was 13 years ago, and I knew this was the man I was going to marry. It was the best day of my life to marry him. It could make me cry just thinking about it. And that was a powerful example of having a strong affirmation, really being clear about what it is you want, being willing to take the actions to make it happen, and, by the way, really investing in how I needed to grow in order to match that list. And I got, that's what a soulmate really is. And that's, when I look at all of the things that have occurred in my life as a result of my intentions, that's the best one. It's amazing to me how when we create intentions and affirmations from that pure soul place, what we're really calling into our lives are the very things that are meant to assist us on our spiritual journey. I mean, my life is so far different than I could have ever imagined, and I didn't know, like sometimes we don't know the power of our intentions and our affirmations. And that's why it's so important to listen to that little voice inside. Because Emmett Fox said it years ago, the great spiritual teacher from the early 1900s, Emmett Fox said, usually our deepest desires are those things that we're the most embarrassed to admit out loud. We don't want to say them out loud, but those are usually the desires of the soul. And when we state them and when we put them in writing and when we start to act on them, there is this divine power that rallies behind us to support our efforts. I mean, I met Michael in 2 weeks. That's pretty quick manifestation, wouldn't you say? But there were a lot of years before that where the lag time was much longer. And you know what? It was the right time. And a lot of times we intend to bring things into our lives into an already too full life. And so sometimes what we need to do is actually make the space, as that's actually part of the action plan, is making the space to allow in whatever it is we intend, because too many of us just don't have the space in our lives for that. And that was, something I really did have to create the space. And I also had to look at how deathly afraid I was. I saw marriage as a cage on a very deep level. I saw it as a cage. And little did I know I was living in a cage. And when I met this man, he had the key that opened it. Who would have thought? I would have never thought. The affirmations is just the starting point. That's like going, okay, here's where the goal is. What really gives those affirmations power is the emotion we put behind it. So what's interesting is you start out the journey going, okay, let me start here. Step 1 is what's the affirmation. Step 2 is, how can I generate the emotional power behind that affirmation? And a lot of that comes from taking actions to support that affirmation. That's how you begin to step into that state. And then as you step into that state and you take actions and you put the emotional power behind those affirmations, they begin to manifest themselves in your life. Now you come full circle, and the opposite then becomes true or really it's just more full circle in that it's more about living in that powerful emotional state and the belief that all that I need is right here in this moment. Love truly is the most powerful force in the world. Abundance is our birthright and available to each and every one of us if it's part of our spiritual plan. And so it's living in that emotional and energetic state that is the sort of end. I don't know, it's probably not the end game. We'll see what happens next, right? But it's that way of being that you get to now live in as a result of the work you did early on, kind of installing those affirmations in your brain. I think of my brain as a computer. I've installed some great software. It plays in the background. I don't even know what it is anymore. I don't even hear the words, but I live in the state of those words as much as I possibly can, and I feel when I'm not living in that state.
5678 9876. I grew up in a family in which we were interested in organic food and the mind-body connection, actually. My father was a dentist and holistically oriented, and he would say that you can tell the state of somebody's health by looking in their mouth, and that also the mouth is the center of the personality, and that's why no one likes you mucking around in there, and why dentists have the second highest suicide rate, second to psychiatrists, in that the mouth is perhaps less demoralizing than looking into their mind. So I grew up with a different take. My aunt and uncle were both medical doctors, straight medical doctors, and they made fun of my father's ideas, but he was always happier. And our family did not believe too much in conventional medicine, so my earliest memories are of having my brother, Billy, being signed out of the hospital against medical advice. He wouldn't eat. And a nurse came up to my mother and said, "Get him out of here. The doctors don't know what's going on. He'll die if he stays here." And I'd had a sister who'd died in a hospital early on, and she didn't eat either, and we never knew what was wrong with her. So imagine you're a kid, I'm 8 at this time, and my little brother is home, and he has a tube down his throat, and my parents are feeding him by tube every hour on the hour. And he's throwing it back up. And at the age of a year, he was alive. At the age of a year, he weighed 10 pounds. And my parents tried to find a doctor who knew what was going on. And they finally found a woman doctor, Dr. Crump, at Women's Medical Center in Philadelphia, who did pediatric endoscopy, put a tube down and said his esophagus is so eroded from this tube that if you continue to tube feed him that way, his esophagus will erode through, there'll be a big hole in it, and he will die. Let's take out the tube and see what happens. And so she had enough faith in the healing power of the human body that she took out the tube, and they gave him liquids through what was called chlysis, where you put a big bolus of fluid with a big needle into the thigh. And after a couple days, he started to eat. And we still don't know why. And I remember going to the airport, and my mother was holding him on her lap, and he was eating a roll that the stewardess had given him, and we all started to cry. And when I went to medical school, which I wasn't going to do, I never wanted to be a doctor. I thought my aunt and uncle's life looked not fun. They had to leave every Thanksgiving and every Christmas. But I remember thinking, when I go to medical school, I want to find out why doctors don't talk to patients. I want to find out why the fullness of the mystery is not addressed. And I never intended to practice medicine. But I always believed from my childhood experiences that there was more going on than what we were taught. And like most medical students, I became puffed up. I became very proud of what we could do with drugs and surgery. But when I saw the first time I saw a baby born, I started to cry. I just wept with a combination, really, of joy and also sorrow. And the nurse was yelling at the medical student, and she, because he had let go of the cord, and they're like a mini fire hose, and it was going all over the wall. And I'm thinking, this is holy. This is a holy place. This is not a place where you yell at anybody. And it occurred to me, nobody should be in that room during a birth who didn't know this was holy. And it was that experience that caused me to become an obstetrician gynecologist. And being around women giving birth was like being like breathing. It was that easy. But I also saw that fear and anger and all of this completely messed up the process of birth. But I didn't know how to get those ideas across to the patient, especially if her mother had already told her, now you'll see how I suffered with you. And I did all kinds of work trying to prove to myself that the mind-body connection was real. And how did we get into the mind so that the body would change? I myself had terrible migraine headaches from the age of 12 to the age of 21, once a month, twice a month, whatever. I'd been worked up in a Boston hospital, a week there with all kinds of testing. They never knew what it was. At the age of 19, I had to do this English paper, a critique of the poem Ode on a Grecian Urn, or Ode to a Grecian Urn by Keats, and I didn't know what the professor wanted. And like most migrainous personalities, I needed to know what it was they wanted of me, and I couldn't figure it out. And it was in Cleveland, Ohio, and it was in November. And when I came out of the library, not knowing how to get an A in the course, I temporarily thought, maybe I should just throw myself in front of a car. It would be easier than this. And then I thought, no, you'll break your leg. And then you're going to have to do the poem. And then you're going to have to lug around a cast at the same time. The idea that I had a choice never occurred to me because I was operating on a belief system that was obsolete. I go back to my dorm, I call my parents, and I say, I hate it here. This isn't working for me. And my father says, quit. So quit. You can come home. And I changed my mind. And in that moment, I changed the migraine headaches. I maybe had 3 or 4 the rest of my whole life because I changed this pattern, this 6th emotional center, perception, thought, morality, which is what headaches are. And my perception was, you must do this, and I've really been driven my whole life to get it right. And get it right, though, in the way that the culture, and in my case, the practice of medicine says is right. But here's the problem. Most of what I was taught in medicine about what causes disease is not the truth. I cured my migraine headaches, not with Imitrex, not with Advil. I cured them with a change of perception, you see. And the only time that I got them from then on is when I was doing something migrainous, like trying to clean up my entire house in half of a day, because I had the time. Now, if I could just organize the clutter from 25 years, and I can get in this state of being driven, where I'm completely disconnected from my mind and my body, and I'm just going for it. It's a beautiful way to get through a surgical subspecialty. Keep your head down, keep your nose to the grindstone. But you know what happens when you do that? You get cortisol levels that are too high, adrenaline levels that are too high. These are the stress hormones. They constrict blood vessels in every place in the body. And headaches are just the beginning. So the belief system behind the migraines, which I had for as long as I could remember, was you must get straight A's in school. It was this internal pressure. You must perform to a certain level. And I was the valedictorian. And in my class of Ellicottville Central High, everyone who'd ever gone to college that I knew about had gotten pregnant and dropped out. So I had this idea that when I went to college, I was going to be washed out quickly. So I studied like, this was in the 60s and 70s. This was, everybody's on birth control, having sex with everything not nailed down, and they're all smoking dope. And I am here to study what is wrong with the rest of you people. I didn't understand what the Kent State thing was all about. What are you doing? Okay, it's spring in Cleveland. You're throwing rocks at the horses on Euclid Avenue of the policeman. But I have a biology exam here. So there was this tremendous drive to achieve in a certain way, which was academically in a certain way. When I temporarily decided it would be easier to throw myself in front of a car, and then quickly realized, it's like mental health came on board quickly, because I grew up as a pretty optimistic person. When my father said, "So quit," it was that I had the patriarchal authority figure in my family saying, "You have another choice. You can quit. Come home. Live here." And in that moment, I could stay because I knew I could leave. Because I instantly, in that moment, thought, okay, what would I do in my hometown? What, would I marry my high school boyfriend? What would I do? Probably it would be better if I stayed here and finished this degree. But maybe I could finish it in a way that was a little lighter and more free. And what is the worst thing that could happen? You might get a B instead of an A. And what is the worst thing that could happen there? Probably nothing. And so I actually began to enjoy aspects of my life and live more in the moment. And then had the experience, actually, of getting a C in organic chemistry and being thrilled to pass. I had a big fibroid tumor in my late 40s, and I was diagnosed on pelvic exam right after I finished my first book, Women's Bodies, Women's Wisdom. So the first place I went in my head was, oh, I caught one. I've been around fibroids so long that I caught one. When you're under stress, you go right back to your original programming, which is the germ theory of disease, right? So I must have caught one, like these things are contagious. And, but the law of attraction is contagious. And I thought it was something about the book, because I knew fibroids were creativity that hasn't been birthed yet. And then it got bigger, and it got bigger, and it got bigger, until finally one Thanksgiving I had that experience of, and I tried, acupuncture twice a week. I was macrobiotic. I did everything known to humanity, and my patients had often been able to dematerialize fibroids, and I always knew it was possible. I couldn't. And I finally, one Thanksgiving, said, I'm so sick of dressing around this thing. I look pregnant. I'm just getting it out of here. That's what surgery's for. Let's go do it. And I knew enough when I went under anesthesia to have the anesthesiologist repeat some statements so that I would reprogram and go into sort of deep hypnosis. And the one statement was, and when you awaken, the pattern that created this will have left your life. And I was a single woman 2 years later. Fibroids are creativity that hasn't been birthed yet, and they are also caused by shoving your creative energy, your second chakra, sex, power, money, drive, into some kind of avenue. Because, ovaries are female balls, and we have drives toward what we want. In my case, I wanted partnership in my relationship. And my relationship was not where I was going to find partnership. But what happens if you don't know better and you don't have the insight, if it's not working, you do it harder. And so I kept trying everything I knew to do to fix the marriage, which is completely dumb. I mean, you have to work on fixing you or transforming you. But the fibroid had gotten to this certain point, and then I had the surgery, and as I did my recovery, I said, when I do this recovery, I want this to be the postpartum rest that I have never given myself. And I rested for a whole month. And I said, the next thing that comes out of my womb, I'm going to have a postpartum rest. And so I began to change patterns in my relationship because I started to take care of my deepest self, starting right with my womb, the center, really, of a woman's body. And that began to change the dynamic of the relationship, and it really had nowhere to go. Though you don't know that until retrospectively. I mean, it's like I really, even in the divorce proceedings, was certain that I could do something to make it work. So we have these mental patterns, and my pattern certainly is like, show up and get her done. Okay, and it works good, but it doesn't work in a relationship or in some place where you have to let the universe bring in what's missing. That's more yin. I was very good at yang. I'm a really good surgical type brain, but this was to balance and allow something to come to you. People do affirmations, and they do their journals, and they wear purple and all that. But boy, when it comes to the vagina, the vulva, the breasts, the uterus, that all goes out the window. Because these organs, we're taught, these are lemons. These organs were created because Eve ate the apple and screwed up. And these are going to get you. And so the whole conversation around women's health is, what can go wrong? Let's screen for what can go wrong. And if we don't find it this year, come back next year. We will. And so in my own body, in my own life, in my own profession, it's been how do we turn the conversation around, and it begins with changing the way you think about this female body. The biggest miracle of my life over the past 7 years is that I have discovered that it is possible after menopause to be sexy, to be attractive, to be a woman, to realize the game isn't over. In fact, the game is just beginning. What a miracle. It's been my experience that men are desperate to support and appreciate women. And they can't do it until a woman knows how to support and appreciate herself. And then she can teach a man how to support her. We have right now in history this very strange situation in which when a woman doesn't know how to support herself, when she doesn't even know what turns her on, she turns to the man and says, do it for me. And if he can't figure out what to give her for Valentine's Day or her birthday or their anniversary, if she doesn't give him any clues, he's a loser. He loses. And if I were a guy, I would be terrified to be in relationship with a woman who doesn't know what she desires or what turns her on, because you're left with a load that is too heavy. So the first thing I would say for a guy is, don't get in a relationship with that kind of woman, okay? But in labor, it's fabulously obvious. Your job is to love your woman. That's all. Your job is to love her. And remember, the energy that gets the baby in is the energy that gets the baby out. and that's Ina May Gaskin, who wrote Spiritual Midwifery. And so encourage the women in your life to care for themselves at the deepest level. And if they turn on you premenstrually because they're in what Eckhart Tolle calls the pain body, you know, we all have to do our part to clean up our part of the pain body, and the pain body of all women comes up premenstrually, what you say is, honey, take a bath, do whatever you need. I'll see you later. What I want all women to know is that within their biology, they have the code for enhancing all of life. The egg can take a sperm and heal the genetics of a defective sperm. The egg contains the nourishment that the new fetus needs to get to the stage before it gets to the placenta and implants. Every time a woman is in her power, she upgrades everyone and everything around her. This is not a zero-sum model. When a woman is doing better and she's healthier and happier, she raises me up. Whenever a woman gets healthy and happier, she heals the earth. The woman's body is a reflection of the earth. And everything we do to take care of ourselves, to feel pleasure, to be orgasmically joyous, heals the entire planet. Everyone in South Boston would call in the middle of the night for sex advice, because, you know, this was St. Margaret's Hospital, Catholic, and, you know, they didn't know anything, and so this woman calls in the middle of the night once. She says to the nurse, "Is it true when you use that foam it burns your husband's penis?" It's 3 a.m. The nurse goes, "I hope so." There's this interesting thing that happens when somebody gets it, really downloads a more positive way of thinking. They get hormonal balancing, for one thing. We know that when somebody is thinking with their heart, like they see a puppy or a sleeping baby, and they go, oh, your DHEA levels rise, which begins to balance your hormones, but something else really more important happens, and that is the beat-to-beat variability of the heart normalizes. And you get into this wave pattern that you can see on a heart rate monitor that actually begins to balance the entire body, given that the heart is a huge electromagnet that in fact trains the rest of the body. So this thought or this state of deep relaxation or whatever it is that enlightens you actually results in a decrease in stress hormones, a normalization of blood sugar, decreasing of blood pressure, and a relaxation of all smooth muscles. It is, in fact, a balance of the parasympathetic and sympathetic nervous system. Parasympathetic is the brake, and sympathetic is the gas. And most people in this culture have the gas on all the time with an occasional brake. So you're going around like this. You need to have, when both are in balance, which happens when you breathe through your nose while exercising, you actually, it's like banking your wood stove with just the right amount of wood and air. You can work so much more efficiently and so much longer because you've got this beautiful yin-yang balance of the parasympathetic and the sympathetic. So any thought of, oh, man, I got to get straight A's here, or something's going to happen, I don't know what. I mean, in my own case, I don't know what's going to happen. You will fail. This will be terrible. But then when you go, so I could quit. I remember my sister at the time went to 4 different colleges. I remember thinking, what is wrong with you? I mean, you know, this will be on your record. And now I realize years later, no one has looked at my record for years. Nobody cares. Nobody knows. And those are the thoughts that just balance it all out. When you get it, that you have so much more control over your life than you thought you did, or control over your experience of your life, if not the events of your life, there is this sense that is so playful and so joyous, and you can just start to giggle when you realize you've made it all up, you're creating it all, and there's a sense of joyous relief. You feel like a kid, but you've got all the ego strength of an adult. And it's but just before you get there, there's usually this time of pain-filled joy or joy-filled pain, where you might have to break down with some deep sobs. I had that happen in a workshop with Ann Wilson Schaaf, and we were doing an intervention on one of my partners who we suspected was an alcoholic, and we all went to get over, to cure our codependence. We knew it was killing us. We started a women's clinic, right? We were blaming the guys. They weren't doing it right. We're going to do it right. Run by women, for women. Here we are 2 years out. We're more exhausted than we ever were when the guys were running it, and we weren't making any money. So we thought, okay, we're all codependent, so we better get ourselves to treatment. So we go away to a 10-day treatment, and by then we suspect someone's been drinking too much, and I'm wanting to do the intervention. Come on, let's get to the intervention phase. And it's day 8 of this workshop, and people are down on the mats, and they're crying, and they're weeping, and I'm thinking, you poor slobs, you've got so much pain. The rest of us have it together. You don't, of course. And it was like being in labor and delivery. Then the time comes for the intervention, and Ann Schaaf, and I start to, the intervention, you tell the person how much you love them. I start to tell my colleague how much it meant to me when she parked my car when I was in labor with my second daughter. To have a doctor support you was like almost too much, and I started to cry. And Ann said, why don't you lie down and see what comes up? I lie down to see what comes up. And I quickly push it down, push it down, push it down, push it down, which I was really good at. And I sat up and I said, no, I'm okay. I can handle it. And she says to me, you're so tired. And the dam burst. And I lay down and I sobbed for hours. And in that moment, I went through not only my own tears, but I went deep into a place called the pain of all women. All the women who never had anyone with them in labor. All the babies that died. All of the pain of women. And I knew where my work came from. And I knew what I came here to do, which was to transform that pain into joy.
Check, check, 1, 2, 3, 4, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. My parents are what I consider to be metaphysicians. They attended religious science and unity churches and were big advocates of using affirmations, visualization, and prayer to create their reality. And one of my most memorable experiences was when our family automobile went kerplunk. I mean, it just died. It was an Opel station wagon, and my dad decided he wanted to get a Ford Pinto. Now, don't ask me why. You can get whatever thing you want using your thoughts. But for some reason, he had his heart set on buying a Ford Pinto. So he went to the local toy store and got a little Hot Wheels die-cast model of a Ford Pinto. And he painted it brown because he wanted a brown Pinto. That's his favorite color. Again, don't ask me why. And he put the little Hot Wheels model Ford Pinto on our family television set, dragged my little brother and I out of our bedrooms, and the 4 of us sat there every day, and we looked at that little Pinto, and he had us visualize it being real, sitting outside in our driveway, and he had us not only visualize it, but using our entire body. He had us picture what it would feel like to sit in the car, to smell the new car smell, to hear that roar of the 4-cylinder Pinto engine. And he had us just imagine every day that we owned this car. We had no idea how we were going to pay for it. But somehow, because of this process, we owned that car within about 2 months. I mean, it wasn't like a skyhook dropped it on our driveway. So I grew up with these lessons that, if you want something, just visualize it, and there it is. And as I said, visualization was a misnomer for us because we'd use our entire body. We would feel how we would imagine it to feel. We would smell it, we would taste it, use our whole senses. And we would do this as a family together, and miracles happened. My parents tell me the story that they were married 7 years and couldn't conceive a child, so they went to the local religious science church and put in a prayer request to conceive, and I was conceived within a month later. So I was born in this sense that prayers and thoughts and visualizations created me and your reality. And I don't know any different. What I do remember is the 1960s being made terribly fun of for talking this way. I remember saying the word manifestation at school one day and the kids all rolling their eyes and going, there she goes again. And so I kept it inside. It was something I did only with my closest friends and family. And I remember that if I wanted something, like when I was a teenager, I wanted to quit smoking. I'd taken up smoking to be cool and fit in, and then I got hooked. And I remember my mom and I praying over it, and I completely lost the desire to smoke and having experiences like that. We have always used affirmative prayers. So there's two types of prayers. One is supplication, where you beg for something. And one is affirmative, which means you thank God in the present tense for what you're asking for that seems to be in the future. So thank you, God, that I have a wonderful soulmate relationship. Thank you, God, that I have this perfect health. My husband and I recently used this prayer to manifest a wonderful home. And our prayer was, thank you, God, for this beautiful home that we love so much and easily afford. And boy, we sure got that house easily. Unfortunately, my first marriage was very difficult. I was married to a man who decided to control me by telling me how awful I was. And I believed him for a long time. And my self-esteem just plummeted when I was a young mother. And I didn't really think very highly of myself. I had no confidence, and I didn't think that I could do anything in the world except for be a wonderful mother to my two sons, which I think is an important purpose. But there was something more. I knew that there was something else I was supposed to do, and so I would pray all the time, tell me my life purpose. And every time I would pray that, I would get visions of myself on television and on stages teaching people. And to me, that seemed like science fiction, because what could I, this person who didn't have any confidence, possibly teach anyone? And yet I kept getting these visions to go give speeches, and I didn't know how to do it. What I later learned is that we don't have to worry about how to put our visions or our dreams into reality. All we have to do is follow the guidance that we get one step at a time. So what happened was, one day I was eating ice cream and thinking I was happy, but I got this moment of truth that, my gosh, I'm not happy. I'm in a self-made hell, a prison of my own making, and I didn't know how to get out of it. So I remember getting very humble and getting down on my knees and saying to God, I don't know what to do. You keep showing me these visions that I'm supposed to be a speaker. I don't think I'm qualified. I don't know how to make that happen, but if you'll show me how, I'll follow it. And that was all it took, because right away I got clear signals of what action steps to take. And it was me surrendering that desire to control everything or predict how my dreams would come about. Once I surrendered, then I was told very clearly, go to college. And I thought, how am I going to go to college? I have no money. I have these two little boys. I don't have time or money. And so what I heard very clearly is, go call the guidance counselor. They'll help you. So I called the local college guidance counselor, went in there not knowing how I was going to go to college, but that I was supposed to, and then I just promised God that I would follow whatever I was told to do. And they helped me to get some student loans. And so the student loans allowed me to get childcare and go to school, and I went to school very part-time in the beginning, but eventually I was able to get my associate's degree in psychology, which allowed me to get a job as a counselor at a local alcohol and drug counseling center. And then what my next assignment was to start writing books. Well, I thought this was enough just to go to college, but the assignments kept coming one step at a time. And for some reason, I got it in my head that I was going to be published by Bantam. And so I went around the house and I cut out all the little Bantam roosters out of my old paperback Bantam books and put them all around the house, and I started visualizing my name on the spine of a book with a little Bantam rooster. And my third book was published by Bantam, and just like my visualization, I first saw the book at a bookstore. There it was, name on the spine, little Bantam rooster. And so things like that have happened my entire life. It's not enough just to ask. It's not enough just to have positive thoughts. You've got to follow the guidance you get as a result. Sometimes people tell me that they feel like their prayers are being ignored or that they're just spinning their wheels in mud. Always these are the folks who are ignoring seemingly inconsequential little bits of inner guidance that are asking them to do something. And because the universe gives us little baby steps, one step at a time, it's often unrecognized when you're told to go read a book, take a class, call someone, write a letter. But if we do step A, then we're given the next set of instructions, step B. Then we're given the next set of instructions, step C, and it takes us step by step to where we're going. There are some people that I've met who unfortunately seem to romanticize pain, or even worse, think that it's God's doing, God's will to have pain. And that's just not my belief. My belief is that God's will for us is to have health, prosperity, abundance, love, harmony. And yes, there are challenges in life that we all go through, and there's no shame with that, but it's what you do with the challenges that counts. And we can always find some blessings, some lessons in every challenge, but please, let's not wallow in them or accept them as our lot in life. Let's learn from them, grow, and move on. And what I do is I've always written books about them, hoping that I can help someone else out of whatever quagmire I just got through. And so my challenge has been in some relationships where I've been forced to say goodbye to a couple of really dear friends who just couldn't seem to get out of that victim mentality. And I couldn't, unfortunately, stay there with them. I still love them, but I just couldn't sit there and listen to problems day after day after day, because it affects you to be around folks who want to go on and on about how they're victims. I found that I would come home from lunches with them or getting off the phone with them, and I would feel depressed, and I would feel guilty, and I would feel heavy, and then I would start to attract those things. So unfortunately, we just can't afford to hang out with folks who are in that space a lot. If we do, we have to almost go in there with a shield and really stay strong, and hopefully we can lift them up. But if we can't, unfortunately, sometimes on the spiritual path, you part ways. Well, I remember when I was single, I was a divorcee, and I was traveling around giving workshops, and I started to feel very sorry for myself. And I was looking around at couples that were happy and kissing, going, oh, how come God loves them more? How come I can't have a soulmate? And then I caught myself affirming in the negative like that. Why can't I have love? Why don't I have love? And feeling jealous of other people. And once I caught it, I realized what I was doing, because I was making a prayer to not have a soulmate by affirming that I didn't, or by being jealous of others. So that's when I got really clear that, hey, wait a minute, I deserve a soulmate. When you get that clarity and that anger on behalf of yourself, the universe just moves quickly on your behalf. And it's not that they're afraid of your anger, it's because you got clear. When I was wishy-washy about wanting a soulmate, I got wishy-washy results. I got, well, here's a guy that's sort of okay, and maybe this guy can piece these two men together and have my soulmate. This guy writes poetry, and this guy has a good job, so put them together, I got a soulmate. But when I got clear, right away it happened. And it's not like my doorbell rang and in walked Stephen. It was guidance. This is how it's worked for me. Every time I've visualized or affirmed, I get this inner roadmap given to me in the form of gut feelings that are repetitive, that urge me to take action, or visions. In this case, I got all of that plus signs that told me to go to yoga class. And the signs were in the form of people, without me asking, giving me DVDs and pamphlets about yoga. And I had never wanted to go to yoga. I wasn't talking about yoga, but all of a sudden everybody that I knew was handing me pamphlets for yoga classes. I didn't put two and two together that this was how the universe was going to deliver my soulmate, but what I did see was that the universe wanted me to go to yoga. So I went to yoga, and I have to admit, I was kicking and screaming in the beginning. I thought, what do you wear? What do you do? I'm going to feel out of place. And I went there, and the second class, I looked over, and there's this cute guy with these blazing blue eyes next to me. My heart went boom, and I went, okay, maybe this is why I'm at yoga class. And a little over a year later, we started dating. And on the second date, we did that talk, where'd you grow up, where'd you go to school? And I was floored, and so was he, when we found out we were next-door neighbors. When we were kids, he was our paper boy that I'd had a huge crush on when I was a little girl. And we hadn't recognized each other, but I'd fallen in love with the same guy twice. He is clearly my soulmate. I got what I was looking for. But this is what I tell people who are looking for their soulmate or anything that they're manifesting. It's not enough just to ask. It's not enough just to have positive thoughts. You've got to follow the guidance you get as a result. True guidance is always filled with this sense, this aura and feeling of warmth and love. Now, you might feel intimidated by what you're being asked to do, and it might feel intimidating, but false guidance has this sneaky, getting away from it, edgy feel to it. So you want to watch out for that. If you hear guidance, it's always in the second person voicing. So it always says, go exercise outside, quit drinking, go read this book. Where false guidance has that I, me, egotistical sense to the sentences. Where it's talking to you about, I might fail. What if I can't do this? What if people laugh at me? The old energy of this planet is leaving, thank goodness. And the old energy is competition and greed. This belief that I've got to get mine before they get theirs. And the new energy that we're coming into is manifestation and cooperation. And the more of us that learn how to manifest, we're all going to bring peace to earth, one person at a time that way. The vision that the angels show me of the future is just beautiful. They show me that we will stop going to jobs that don't matter. We'll stop making meaningless objects that we spend money on because we feel empty inside. And we're going to be following our personal passions. And there'll be self-employment or cooperative employment where you're working together on a collective passion. There'll be more meaning in all of our lives. And the way that we do that is by trusting our inner guidance, that you can be fully supported by the universe by following your dreams and your passions and your inner guidance.
What I've learned from all of this is, the biggest thing I'm learning is, seems like the intentions that we have, even when we're 1 year, 2 years, 3 and 4 years old, all get played out in the end as our life evolves. And they get played out in ways that we often don't understand. Unless you have a good memory of what you wanted when you were 3 or 4, you often don't remember that what you were asking for then you now have. And I've watched my life evolve to everything I've ever wanted is happening. It has happened along the way, and it is happening. And I guess the reason I think it's important for people to know that, I really want people to know that there's nothing that they can't be or do or have, and that there's nothing they can't change to or from if they want to, and where there's no one's locked in anywhere. And also, those so-called dreams or daydreams you had when you were really little of the beautiful, wonderful things you wanted to be or do or do for the world and so on and so forth, they all come true. But they don't necessarily come true in the way you may have envisioned them. But if you look back, you'll say, oh, that's the essence of everything I ever wanted. It's here. Or everything I was ever afraid of, it's also here. Okay. Esther, how about you bringing Abraham in and let Abraham visit for a few minutes here?
Okay.
It just takes her a moment. Esther just kind of relaxes her mind, and actually you're going to see it. She just kind of relaxes, and nothing major happens. It's just she just allows this other energy more or less to move through her.
It is nice to have an opportunity to visit.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it is the single most important thing that you consciously do, because the thought that you are thinking, a belief is just a thought you keep thinking, isn't it? So the thought that you are thinking is vibrational in nature and therefore attractive in nature. So if you have a habit of thought, a belief, which is therefore a dominant thought, which is therefore a big part of your vibrational offering, therefore it is a big part of your point of attraction. So when you care enough to take the time to change it from what you are terming negative to positive, you have shifted your point of attraction. Nothing is more important than understanding that. We would like to help you to remember that you are more than you see here in this physical body, and that that larger part of you is always eternally offering a powerful vantage point and vibration. When you come forth into your physical body, a part of that consciousness flows into this personality that you know as you. So, at all times when you are in your physical form, you have the potential of offering a thought that causes alignment with that broader part of you, or not. And we would say the thoughts that you offer that are in vibrational harmony or alignment with that larger part of you would be that state of integrity that you are looking for, coming together with that broader part of me. It's also important to remember that that larger part of you, that eternal part of you, exists even while you are in your physical form. In other words, often people think, well, you are dead or alive, you are physical or non-physical, but you are eternally that non-physical source energy. And then you are sometimes this physical human energy. And those 2 points of vibrations, that eternal part that is pure positive energy, and that physical part that could be, as you say, negative or could be, as you say, positive in any moment, those vibrational vantage points are always playing off of one another. The better you feel, the more you are vibrationally in integrity to that which you are. Vibrational integrity is alignment with that which I am. So, reaching for good feeling thoughts is really the key to coming into alignment with that which you are. And we think that's the best description of integrity that could be. Your feelings are the way you quantify your journey from sickness to wellness. The way you feel is the way you quantify your journey from not enough money to enough money. You must have a way of understanding where you are in relationship to what you want. And because more than 99% of every creation is completed vibrationally before you see any physical evidence, you can't use the physical evidence to know. If you have an illness and you want to be well, you may have found many thoughts that have improved your point of attraction, and you may be vibrationally well along the way to your recovery. But because the physical manifestation has not yet shown itself, if you stop and take score of where you are physically, you may very well become upset because the tests do not give you the affirming confirmation that you are on your way to wellness. Where if you understand that your emotions are giving you that feedback, then even though the manifestation has not shown you your recovery, the fact that you feel so much better is your indication that you are moving in the right direction. And if you continue to move in the right direction, your recovery must be. As Jerry and Esther travel from Phoenix to San Diego, they never get out there in the desert halfway and become so frustrated that they are not yet in San Diego that they become disoriented and turn around and go back to Phoenix. It would be a very long journey, wouldn't it? Phoenix, Yuma, Phoenix, Yuma, Phoenix, Yuma. And the reason that doesn't happen is because they understand where they are in relationship to where they want to be. Your emotions are the only way you can accurately understand where you are in relationship to where you want to be. Once you get that down, and you do as Joseph Campbell said, you learn to follow your bliss, now you always have guidance, you see. You are eternal beings, and your journey never ends. And you've deliberately come forth into this physical time-space reality because you understood that the contrast would inspire you to new ideas. And you knew that the new ideas would cause an eternal journey to unfold. You didn't say, I will find an idea and I will go to it and complete it and be done. You said, I will put myself in a position where my life inspires continuing new ideas so that my journey eternally continues. So Your journey really is of your creation. But of course, you had clear intentions when you came forth into this physical body. You intended for this journey to be satisfying and exhilarating and fun. You intended for it to be uplifting for you and for others. But you never planned to get it done. We like to say to our physical friends, when you plan a vacation, you know that you are at home, you begin, and you will go to this city and this city and this city and this city, and eventually you'll come back round to home again. And you never say, oh, look, my final destination is home, and I'm already there, so why go? I've already completed this vacation. I will check it off my list. And the reason you don't say that is because you don't take your vacation to get it done. You take it for the fun along the way, for the uplifting things that occur, for the people that you interact with, for the stimulation of thought. You take your vacation for the joy of the journey, you see. And that really is what you intended as you came forth into this experience, to be stimulated by variety to ideas of the kind of things you would like. But it isn't the destination that is what it is all about. The destination is just the reason for the journey. The journey is what life is, you see. Affirmations and visualizations are a wonderful part of the creative process. We like to describe the creative process as a three-step process. And most people don't initially see it quite this way. But once you get a sense of this, your creations come into place often much more quickly. Step one is where you ask for what you want. It's where the contrast helps you to define what it is you want. And of course, you always know more clearly what you do want when you are aware of what you don't want. So the variety is very helpful. In that contrasting experience, these rockets of desires literally shoot forth from you. Step two is Source answers your request. So step one happens without you needing to worry about it or work on it, because life just provides enough variety that desires are naturally born from you. And Source follows that rocket of desire and literally becomes it. In other words, we've written a book called Ask and It Is Given, and we think it is the best title that ever could be given to a book because it speaks of the whole process within the title. When life causes you to ask, it is given. But what happens is you're asking often from your place of knowing more clearly what you don't want. So even though Source knows what you want and becomes a vibrational match to it and calls you incessantly toward it, if you are not a vibrational match to what you are asking for, you can't let it in. You don't allow it, you see. So step three of the process is you must be a vibrational match to your desire. In simpler terms, you can't feel the need for money and the discomfort of lack of money and let the money in. It's a different vibration. If you feel poor, you can't become prosperous even though you're asking for prosperity and even though Source has lined it up for you. You have to be a vibrational match to what you're asking for. And that's why it is so important that you pay attention to the way you feel and you keep reaching for improved feelings of relief so that you can, by reaching for better feelings, coach yourself into vibrational alignment with the very things that you are asking for. So, affirmations or visualizations are really the way that you apply step three. Most people think that they are step one. They think that the affirmation or the visualization is how I ask the universe for what I want. But you've already asked the universe for what you want through the living of life, through the feeling of contrast, through the launching of the rockets of desires. And Source has already answered what you want. The solutions to your problems have already been given. The answers to your questions have already been given. But you must find a way to make yourself to them. And so when you speak an affirmation, when you say, it is my desire to achieve this, and I see myself already having achieved it, even though at first when you speak the affirmation you may not believe it, in time, as you speak it, you come into the allowing of it. And of course, there are many people speaking affirmations who are not receiving what they are speaking because they're using words and wanting the words to make it so. But the universe does not respond to your words. The universe responds to your vibration. And your emotions indicate what your vibration is. So if we were standing in your physical shoes, we would use affirmations to talk ourselves into better and better and better feeling places. So you're using your affirmations just to call you a little bit further from where you are to where you want to be, building your own bridges, so to speak. Creation is such a wonderful thing, and being a deliberate creator is just as good as it gets. Of course, everyone is thinking and therefore offering vibration and therefore attracting. But many people are offering most of their vibration in response to what they're observing. So as they observe what is, they get more of it. As you decide that you want to be a deliberate creator, you begin to more deliberately think about what you want and why you want it. And it's interesting that you can only think about what you want from where you currently stand. That's why you are an eternal creator. So from where you stand, the contrast provides clarity about what you think you want from where you now stand. So you set forth your intentions from where you stand. It's all you can do. But then you stand in a new place. The most wonderful thing about this journey of creation is that as you want something that you don't have, and then you think about it and you speak about it and you visualize around it and you find the feeling place of it until you become a vibrational match to it, then you receive it. And along with that manifestation comes a whole nother set of variety that of course causes you to now know more clearly from where you stand what you now want. And so no one can ever stand in one place and figure out what they're going to want forevermore. It is a constant amending process. So what you do is you appreciate what is right now, while from your now perspective you continue to amend your decisions about what you now want. And this prolific universe, this abundant universe, you have at your fingertips the energy that creates worlds. There is nothing that you cannot be or do or have. But you can never figure out what you will always be or always have or always do from any one place. It will constantly evolve. That's why this journey is so delicious. As you are living life which inspires within you a desire, and then you take the time to feel your way into vibrational alignment with your desire, only then will that desire be allowed by you into your experience. So once you've allowed it, then if you see others who have not yet figured out how to allow it, you may realize that you can help them by teaching through the clarity of your example that appreciation and feeling good is what puts you in the place of allowing good things to come to you. But if you should see them and then feel bad that they have not yet allowed it, now you have changed your energy and now you are no longer a vibrational match to what you had allowed either. So feeling bad for others who have not figured it out only causes you to release it from your experience also. It also is a shortage orientation to say that person does not have something because I have it. In other words, there is not a finite amount of abundance, and if you receive it, you are depriving someone else of it. In fact, the opposite is true. When you let the contrast that everyone has surrounding them provide you with an idea of what you want, and then you line up with the idea so that you are in vibrational integrity with this idea or desire, now it must be realized by you. And that is such a wonderful example to offer for others. But if you believe that there is only so much to go around, and you are getting it, first of all, you could not let yourself receive it under those conditions, you see. You must know that there is enough for everyone. And those who are not allowing it into their experience are not being deprived of it because someone else did allow it into their experience. You would never say, I have been well for the last 20 or 30 or 40 or 50 or 60 or 70 years, and I am so well, and those people over there are sick. I think I will be sick for a few years to allow some of those sick people to be well. You don't look at it that way because you know you're not using up the wellness and depriving them of it, and you are not using up the abundance and depriving them of that either. A car that's going 100 miles an hour and hits a tree, it's a bigger problem than a car that's going 5 miles an hour and hits a tree. So what happens in this analogy? What we are saying to you is your desires are what equal the speed or the momentum of this journey. And the tree in this analogy is like the resistance that shows up. Many people believe that when they start bumping up against those obstacles, that they should pull back on their desire. But we want you to understand that you cannot pull back on your desire. You can't slow that down. You can't become less than life has caused you to become. So the work must be releasing the resistance. So it's a wonderful thing when you bump up against something that feels uncomfortable, because it's this opportunity to now feel the discomfort of it and work it into a place of greater comfort. That's how you get rid of those obstacles. That's how you let yourself flow in the way that you want to, you see.
You suggest pushing through obstacles?
We suggest relaxing when you bump up against an obstacle and reaching for a feeling of relief. And reaching for a feeling of relief is not exactly pushing through the obstacle. It's causing the obstacle to morph. It causes the obstacle to reduce. The source energy within you, the being that you truly are, this expanding, evolving being, adores you. And when you find fault with yourself, you create resistance. The source within you, who you really are, loves others. When you find something within them that causes you to hate them or to not love them, you create resistance. So when you are looking for reasons to appreciate or looking for reasons to love, you're actually coming into alignment with who you really are. And you will never be joyful in any moment. You will never feel good in any moment. You will never fulfill your reason for being in any moment. You will never be who you really are unless you are in that state of love. Loving is who you are, you see. Anything less is resistance to who you are. Sometimes, especially when you are little, someone who appreciates you holds you as their object of attention. And when they do, it feels so good because they're tapped into source energy, they're holding you as their object of attention, and they're flooding that wonderful feeling all over you. So then you say, oh, this feels so good. And then you say, I would like you to hold me as your object of attention a lot. And I will do whatever it takes so that you will feel this way about me. But of course, as that little person, you didn't realize that, first of all, they cannot hold you as their constant object of attention, and it's asking a lot to ask them to always be connected to Source when they do it. They might be having a bad moment, and when they hold you as their object of attention when they're having a bad moment, you don't feel their love flooding all over you because they're not connected to it and they're not flooding it all over you. So over this process of looking to other people to find out how you feel about yourself, many times you come around to not feeling very good about yourself because you've been looking for love in all the wrong places. You've been looking to them to love you when sometimes they don't have it to give. They want to love you, but they're having a hard day. You can't jump from the vibration of not liking yourself to the vibration of loving yourself all at once, any more than you can set your radio dial on 6:30 a.m. and hear what's being broadcast from 98.7 FM. The frequencies don't match up. So we would say that the best way to come from loathing oneself, we're going to take an extreme, to loving oneself, is to find relief from the loathing, because loving is too big of a jump. So we would begin looking for things that aren't so bad about ourselves. I don't loathe this about myself. I don't loathe that. I don't actually hate that about me. I do pretty good about that. In other words, we would reach for the best feeling that we could find until we found a feeling of, I'm hoping one day to really like myself. I'm hoping one day to know myself as others seem to say that I am. I'm hoping one day to come into vibrational alignment with who I really am. Once you reach the place of hoping to like yourself, it's pretty easy to get over there by looking for things to appreciate. So we've noticed that most people who have practiced not liking themselves very much for a long time can find an easier way of loving themselves as they just begin practicing loving and appreciating things that are easy for them to love and appreciate. And once they get in the habit of doing that, then it's easier to turn that lens on themselves. And sometimes it's a little shocking when you've practiced not loving yourself for a while. But when you've practiced loving a whole lot of other things, and then you try to love yourself a little bit, you can. The contrast that you so often think you would like to do without is so necessary for the expansion of the idea and for the further becoming of that which is you. And what makes human experience uncomfortable is that the contrast causes you to expand. The larger part of you takes the expansion, but you don't keep up with it because you keep beating the drum of the contrast. In other words, let's say life causes you to know that you don't want to be sick. In other words, something happens and you are sick. In your sickness, you radiate rockets of desires for more wellness, and the non-physical part of you now becomes more well than you have ever been. But if you keep beating the drum of, I don't feel good, or I am declining, then even though your potential for wellness is now greater than it has ever been, as you keep focusing upon the illness and using it as your justification for why you want to be well, you hold yourself apart from the very thing that life has caused you to expand toward, you see. Let's say that you don't have enough money, and in the discomfort of not having enough money, you ask for more money. Even if you do not offer words about it, you are vibrationally asking. You cannot know what you do not want without knowing what you do want. The source energy part of you embraces that knowing of what you do want and becomes it completely. But if you keep beating the drum of not having enough money, complaining about not having enough money, irritated with those who seem to have plenty of money, then you hold yourself in vibrational discord not only with the money, you hold yourself in vibrational discord to the expanded part of you who is living that greater prosperity, you see. It's the separation between you and you that causes your discord, not what anyone else is doing. Words really don't teach. Life experience is the true teacher, and so you teach through the clarity of your own example. Offer your evidence of joy. Look for reasons to feel good and then feel good. Don't pretend that you feel good when you don't. Look for reasons to feel good and feel good. And when you don't feel good, don't pretend that you do. Instead, make it clear to anyone who's asking, I'm not feeling very good and I know what to do about it. I'm going to reach for better feeling thoughts until I do feel good. In other words, be real. Being real is the best way to teach. Being real and being in earnest about feeling good. Being determined to come into alignment with who you are. Make a decision that you want to express as often as you can the wholeness of who you are to whoever you are interacting with. Which means get tuned in, tapped in, turned on. Bring yourself into alignment and then play with people. Don't move into a meeting if you're not in alignment. Get into alignment and then move into a meeting. Don't have an argument and then try to make it better within the argument. Get off to yourself and get feeling better. Tune in to who you are. And then in your state of alignment, co-create with others. If you are looking for a way to tune in to the vibration of who you really are, meditation is a wonderful way of going about it, because when you quiet your mind, you release thoughts, and when you release thoughts, you release resistance. Appreciation is a wonderful way to come into alignment, because when you are looking for something to appreciate, You are deliberately trying to see it through the eyes of that which you truly are. When you get out into nature, it serves you in a similar way, because in nature there is no resistance. In other words, that plant that you are beholding is in alignment with the vibrational nature of its being. It's not thinking thoughts that have it out of alignment. The beasts of the wild are, for the most part, in alignment with who they are. Your domesticated beasts in time to begin to act a little bit like you do. But when you get out into nature, in your observation of it, you are observing alignment. That's why it feels good.
I was in a motel in Montana. I was doing concerts out there. And there on a coffee table in the motel, a little motel, was a book. It said, Think and Grow Rich. It was Napoleon Hill's book, Think and Grow Rich. And I looked at that, I picked it up, and I was like, hair stood up all over my body. I'd never read anything like that. A few pages in it, and I asked the motel owner, I said, can I take this back to my room and read it? He said, you can have it. He says, I'm not interested in it. And then, after I read that book, I thought these wonderful principles of success. And I asked Abraham later, after they came, I said, what was it about that book that turned my life around? I thought it was the principles of what he was teaching of how to become successful. And Abraham says what it was is his principles made you believe you could do it. And all it changed in you wasn't the processes that you learned from the book, but the fact that you believed now that you could succeed at making money. Oh. Are you back?
Yeah.
I thought so. So are we off to lunch?
Yeah. This is Louise Hay, Hendricks interview, take one.
Check my focus real quick, please.
Sure. Then you.
Louise Hay film, Gay Hendricks interview, take 2.
I was 24 years old, and I would say that everything that could possibly be wrong with my life was wrong. I weighed 120 pounds more than I weigh now, and I smoked 2 or 3 packs of cigarettes a day, and I was in a terrible relationship, and I had a job I hated, and so I couldn't think of much. Oh, I didn't like my car either. So I think just about everything was wrong. I'd always struggled with obesity. I was born, even by the end of my first year of life, I was very fat as a child, and I was taken around to different specialists and things because my mother and my brother were skinny, and so there was something going on there. And so by the time I was 24 years old, I weighed over 100 pounds, more than I weigh now. So I weighed 300 some pounds. And and in addition, all this other stuff was going on too. And so I went out for a walk one afternoon. It was a winter in New England, and I was walking just kind of thinking about how am I going to get out of all of this? How am I going to get out of my life? And I stepped on a patch of ice that had some snow over it, and I didn't see the patch of ice, and I stepped on the patch of ice, and my feet shot out from under me, and I went whoomp down on the back of my head on the frozen road, and I hit myself just hard enough that it didn't knock me out. What it did was it kind of knocked me into a state of consciousness that was like nothing else I've ever experienced before. I was present, but I was also, something else was going on. I was kind of like, could see more than I could normally see inside myself. And I think I was laying on the ground for maybe 2 minutes or so. In this 2 minutes, I could see down through all the levels of myself. And I'd never been able to see this before. It was like I saw why my muscles were tense. I saw that I had all of this fat around my body and my muscles were tense, and that all of the fat and the muscles tenseness was there because I had all of these feelings inside me that I had never opened up to, like all these things I was angry about that I'd never told anybody about, and all these things I was sad about that I'd never told anybody about, and things I was scared about. And it was like I could see the level of the meat, and then I could see down in the level of the emotion, And then I could see down underneath everything that there was this clear space that there was nothing kind of written on it. There was nothing there. It was kind of like a spiritual space or an open space with pure potential. And I saw that all of those feelings and all of that tension and all of that fat was there because I was living somebody else's life, basically. And that I wouldn't have that stuff if I had a different life. And what I mean by that is my father had died before I was born. He died while my mother was pregnant with me. And he was very obese, just like I was. He smoked heavily, had probably not a very good relationship with my mother, and I know they had a lot of struggles. And so he died in the midst of, while I was gestating, and so I never actually knew him in the world. But I had sort of taken on his life. That's what I could see down inside myself, that it wasn't even my life. And so it was an incredible moment. I think I'd never had anything like that because I always thought this was the reality. This was all there was, you know, and I'd never had a moment of awakening to spirit. And I think that, you know, I always say it is that if you're open, the universe will teach you by tickling you with a feather. But if you're not open, it has to hit you with a sledgehammer. Well, I was so closed that this was like getting hit by a sledgehammer. That was the only way I could learn what I needed to learn, I guess. And so I was in that altered state of consciousness for about 2 minutes, I think. And I began to come back to regular consciousness. I could feel my muscles kind of assembling their tension, and I could feel my awareness of all of this obesity around me. And I could still feel, though, that very sweet open space down in there, that sweet open spiritual space that didn't have anything on it. And as I was coming back to regular consciousness, I had these several thoughts that were very different from anything I'd ever thought. One thought was, I'm going to find out what I can do to feel that clear space all the time. And I thought, I'm going to do what I can to find out how to live that way, how to feel that all the time in my life. And the other thought I had was, I'm going to live my own life. I don't have to live my father's life or anybody's life. I can invent my own life. And if that's possible, how do I want it to be? And so as I was coming back to regular consciousness, I made a commitment to feeling that spiritual space all the time, and then to invent a healthy body, basically, and invent a great life. So I make this new commitment to, I really want to learn how to feel spirit all the time, just in ordinary life. And a friend of mine came over to my house one afternoon and said that one of his old Harvard professors had just come back from India and was giving a talk down the road about 30 miles at his father's house. And did I want to come and hear him? And I said, well, what's he talking about? And he said, well, he'd gone to India and he'd kind of gotten enlightened, and he was talking about yoga and meditation. And I thought, well, that sounds kind of interesting, you know, maybe I'll go. And so we go down there, and there is this guy in a robe, a white robe, and there's all these devotees around. And I remember a girl came up and offered us fruit from a fruit bowl, you know, and I was thinking, what is this? You know, is this some cult or something? Well, it turned out to be Ram Dass, who was Neil's Harvard professor. Under those days, he was named Richard Alpert, and when Neil had taken his course at Harvard, and now he was named Ram Dass. And so Ram Dass had just come back from India, and he was just totally, you know, he was so blissed out and everything. And part of me related to it, but another part of me thought, what are these people selling? You know, like, I was very cynical about that kind of thing at the time. And so I went up after the talk and asked Ram Dass, I said, look, I got to tell you, I'm very skeptical about this kind of stuff. This looks sort of insane to me, but since I'm here, I just had this experience where I fell on the ice, and I told him the experience. And I said, so I want to learn how to feel that clear feeling in me all the time. just in ordinary life. I felt it for a minute while I was sort of knocked out, but I'd like to feel it all the time without bashing my head on the ice. And I remember he looked up at me for a long time, and just sort of looked at me up and down. And he said, you should do some breathing exercises. And I said, breathing exercises? And he said, yeah. And I said, well, what do you mean by that? I never heard of anything like that. And he said, well, in India, if you have a problem, you might do some yoga around it or some breathing around it. And it's as valid a way as talking to a therapist about it. And so I said, well, where do you get something like this? And he said, well, just be open to it. It'll come to you. And I said, all right. And so the next day, I was down at the grocery store and in the checkout line. So I was, pushing my cart up through the checkout line, and they had a little kiosk of paperback books, a little round kiosk of paperback books. And I glanced down, and there is a book called Yoga, Youth, and Reincarnation. I'll never forget this, by Jess Stern. And I can see the cover just like it's sitting right here now. And I remember looking at this, okay, Yoga, Youth, and Reincarnation. All right, that's interesting. And so I picked it up, and I open it up, and there's an entire chapter on breathing exercises, pranayama. So here I go in one day from never having heard of something to Ram Dass telling me, be open to it, to there it is in my hand. And so I bought it. And so I took it home, and I just started doing the exercises all the way through. I remember it was a Saturday afternoon, and my wife and baby were gone to visit her mother, who lived about maybe 40 miles away. And so I had the place to myself. And I just started doing these exercises right out of the book. I would do one and then flip the page and do another one. So I started about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. By about midnight, and after doing all of these breathing and yoga exercises and chanting and everything like that, I was in touch with that same space that I'd felt when I bashed myself on the ice falling down. And so there it was, there was a whole different way to get there. I had lost about 75 pounds, so I was sort of, I could feel what could happen, if this actually came true, if the dream really came true. And this friend of mine that I'd known years before showed up for a visit. And he and I were both sort of eating buddies, in those days. We would go out for an ice cream sundae or something. We worked at the same place, and we were both obese. And he was still, a 300-pounder, and I'd gotten down to a real slim 225 or something like that, And so he looked at me. I remember I opened the door, and he looked at me, and he said, God, what are you doing, and what happened to you? And I tried to explain this thing that I was going through. And I remember the way he looked at me. And it's probably a lot, it's probably like a lot of people when they start some kind of a change process, the people that are in their lives sort of don't know how to relate to it. And so what he did, this was so bizarre, he went into town and he brought back a 5-pound box of chocolate caramels, which was like the ultimate bad food for me, during that time, And but it was like he walked in the door, and he was a practical joker. I mean, this was partly a practical joke, but I could see the sort of mean edge to it, of kind of wanting to sabotage and wanting to kind of get me to be the way I was. And I realized if I was going to have to, then I didn't have any way to relate to him. And so I basically had to throw him out of my house, leave, please leave. And he did. And what an amazing... 6 months later, I got a call from a friend of mine and said, are you sitting down? I said, yeah. And he said, Ken died. He had a heart attack and died. And he was 26 years old, which was, and I saw in that moment how that was me. So that was a wake-up moment for me, and a way of saying, life has very serious consequences. You know, choices have very serious consequences. After that year, I moved to California for a few years and went to graduate school. And so over the next few years, I pretty much felt good all the time. And I could see well, and, you know, my weight stabilized and all of that. And I hadn't ever worked out the whole relationship aspect of life. And I continued to have kind of one relationship after the other of, you know, they'd get to a certain point and then they would fall apart. I would usually start finding fault with the person, or the other person would find fault with me, and we'd never be able to work beyond a certain point with our relationship. And so one magic day, I remember setting the intention of, oh, I learned how to see. I learned how to be an okay weight. I learned how to live healthy, free of addictions. I learned how to eat well. How come it didn't occur to me that I could do that with loving? You know, it had never occurred to me that I could actually design my own life around love and relationships. And so that was a big revelation to me, the idea that the same process could work. And so I began to work with this idea of enjoying a flow of love in my life, and that love comes to me. I don't have to pursue it. And as I began to work with that, I had this other amazing insight. In fact, I was walking down the street in San Francisco. I remember in downtown San Francisco with a woman that I'd been with for a year or so, and we always had the same complaint with each other. Her complaint about me was that I was not in touch with my feelings, and that I never communicated about anything important, that I never would talk about the real stuff, you know. And I, of course, had my defenses against that, you know, that I forget what they were, but I had my good justification for why I didn't talk about my feelings and didn't talk about things that were important. My complaint about her was that she was super critical. And so whenever she would get going with me about, we never talk about anything important, or you're never in touch with your feelings, I would say, well, I would be if you weren't so darn critical. You know, and it would get us into this loop then. And I was walking down the street with her in San Francisco, and I realized, I don't know where this insight came from, but I suddenly realized that, oh, I create that. I'm the one that creates and has created my life so that I'm in relationship with a very critical person. And up until that moment, I thought it was their problem, that I just happened to have the bad luck of always ending up with a critical woman. And so I remember stopping on the street kind of to think about this, and she said, what's going on? And I was kind of trying to share this insight with her, and she wasn't having any part of it, by the way. She was not buying my little insight at all. And so the other awareness that I had in that moment was that the very thing that I complained about all the time, and this is true for everybody, I think, that the very thing we complain about over and over is the very thing that we're creating happening. In other words, we got this loop going of not realizing that we draw certain experiences into our life and then going around complaining about that all the time. So anything you complain about repetitively is something that you have an unconscious intention to produce. And so that hit me like a ton of bricks. I suddenly realized, oh, I require a critical woman in my life. That's me dreaming up that dream. And my next thought was, well, I think I'll dream up a better dream. You know, I'll dream up a dream of being surrounded by loving and supportive people. And that was really a big moment for me, because nobody in the history of my family that I know of has ever had a successful relationship besides me and Katie. In other words, up until that moment, my parents had a disastrous relationship. My grandparents, just about everybody, everywhere I looked in the family, was full of people who either they had a very kind of like a routine relationship, they went through the roles, certain roles, or they managed to stay in a long-term relationship through the regular application of vodka and other kinds of things that allowed them to stay put, you know. I realized that it would be breaking absolutely radical new ground if I was able to create a relationship that worked, that would be an unthinkable thing to do. And what better thing to make happen, you know, than something completely unthinkable. And so I sat down on the floor of my apartment at the time and designed what I wanted in a close relationship in my mind. And honesty, a relationship where both of us were free to pursue our creativity, our creative callings, and that each of us took full responsibility for our lives so that we didn't get into blaming each other. So if something came up, we would just say, why did I create that, you know? And so I remember saying to the universe at the time, that's what I want, and if it's not in the cards for me to have that, I'll be alone. I'm fine with being alone, but I promise I will never settle for less. And I think that little thing I said at the end kind of cracked the whip. You know, it said, that's what I'm about here. And so from that moment, it only took a month until Katie came into my life. And one of the great moments of my life was my first meeting with her, because she came up to me to ask me a question. I was actually giving a seminar at the graduate school where she was getting her PhD, and she was also one of the instructors there at the school. She was the movement therapy instructor and taught some of the classes there, and she was also getting her PhD. And so she came up to ask me a question during this seminar I was giving. I don't remember what the question is to this day, but I said to her, I'm very attracted to you. I just want to let you know that. And I said, but I also want to let you know that I'm only interested in relationships where both people speak honestly to each other, and both people take responsibility for their lives, and both people are committed to their creativity. And on those terms, would you like to have a cup of coffee with me? And it was kind of I'd never said anything like that in my life. You know, it was a totally outrageous thing to say, especially given the context of what was going on. And so I remember the look on her face. She kind of went like this. You know, it's like cogitate, cogitate, compute, compute, does not compute. And suddenly she said, okay. And I can do that. And so, you know, that was our first meeting and basically set the tone for our whole last 27 years together.
Yeah, go ahead.
Louise Hay film, Gregg Braden interview, take one.
I was trained as a scientist. My background's in the hard sciences, physical sciences, the earth sciences. In the 60s and 70s, when I received that training, there was no room for the possibility of the kind of things that we're talking about now, the kinds of things that suggest that our inner world and our inner thoughts, feelings, emotions, beliefs in any way affect the world around us. And it was through direct experience. What I began to understand was that this is the great secret that everyone knows except us in the West. Almost any other culture that we go to, from the monasteries in Egypt and Tibet and India into Bolivia and Peru, the indigenous traditions, little villages in the Andes Mountains, they all know that there is this experience that we can have inside of our bodies that affects our world in some way, and our science simply has not allowed for that historically. But I was trained as a scientist, and I was trained to look in the world around me for my answers, so I began to go to these places. I began to go into the monasteries, all the places that I mentioned. And it was through the direct experience of sitting in the presence of people who have lived and practiced the kinds of traditions that Louise Hay and the other authors I'm so blessed to be sharing this, the stage and this information with, that they teach about. And what we begin to understand is that this is the place where science got it wrong. There are two places, two assumptions that science has made, modern science. And they're coming full circle and correcting that now. But the first one is that the space that we believe is empty is not really so empty. It's full of a living essence, of a living material that we're only beginning to understand, number one. And number two, the fact, and it is a fact now, that we may have experiences inside of our bodies that influence the world beyond our bodies through the conduit of what's in this space. So it was in going into the monasteries and the nunneries and speaking with the indigenous people, looking at them eye to eye, heart to heart, God to God, and I could say to these people, when you just performed that miracle, when you just performed that miraculous healing, what is it that you did inside of your body to make that happen? And if I didn't understand what they told me, I'd ask them again and again and again through the translators until I understood that they were creating an experience, producing an effect inside of their bodies that my science never told me was possible or existed. And that was the path that led me. I just want to emphasize, science is good. And I believe our science is good and served us well. It simply is incomplete. And so it was that path that allowed me to flesh out the missing pieces that we're only beginning to understand today, marrying the best science of our time with the wisdom, 5,000 years of wisdom of our past, into a greater understanding. And that understanding brings us right back to the question. That's a long answer to a short question. But it brings us back to where we're only now beginning to understand that there is something that we can do in our lives that influence not only the physical body, ours and those of other people around us, but literally influence the physical reality of our world, and that changes everything. It changes everything that we in the West believe about ourselves. So as a scientist, I've also come to understand this is a very different way for many people to think about themselves and their world. And I've found that there's a learning curve that our audiences and our friends and families and coworkers in my career at the Water Fountain, this is not something that people typically talk about in a technical organization. They don't wake up in the morning and say, what kinds of feelings, what kinds of dreams, what kinds of healings did you have over the weekend? And they're talking about who won the football game and who won the lotteries. But this is where it brings us, the relevance in our lives, because we all are having experiences every day. Whether we are consciously aware of it or not, those experiences are physically affecting our bodies and our world. What Western science now is beginning to understand, only in the last years of the 20th and now the first years of the 21st century, it is now a scientific fact that the space between things is anything but empty. It is full of a living, pulsating essence that is so new, scientists have yet to agree on a single term. Some are calling it a quantum hologram, very technical sounding name. Dr. Edgar Mitchell, the former Apollo astronaut, I've had the honor of sharing a stage with him a number of times. He calls it nature's mind. Stephen Hawking calls it the mind of God. Others simply call it the field. In 1944, the father of quantum physics, Max Planck, identified the existence of this field, and he called it the matrix. He said, underlying everything that we see, our bodies included, everything we see in the world around us in our bodies, he said, there is the existence of what must be a conscious and intelligent mind. This is his language in 1944. He said that this mind is the matrix of all matter, and it's from his work that the movie series began and many of the ideas that we have today. So what we know is this, is that we have the opportunity to influence that field in ways now that we're only beginning to understand. It's done through the human heart. It's not a thinking process. Thoughts are important. The ancients made a distinction between thoughts and feelings and emotions. And it's the feelings that are centered in our heart, what are called coherent, heart-based emotions. We know that when we feel a feeling of love, compassion, understanding, forgiveness, when we change the self-esteem, that there's an effect from that it changes the electrical and the magnetic fields in our heart, and that those fields literally change the stuff that our world is made of around our bodies. Our hearts are the strongest magnetic field in our bodies, and our hearts are the strongest electrical field in our bodies, much more so than the brain. While the brain does create those kinds of fields, the heart is many times stronger. And what the science now is showing is that when you can change the field that the atom is in, you change the atom, and we're made of those atoms. So when we have feelings in our hearts, we're changing the field that connects the stuff everything is made of, and we literally are altering our physical reality in ways that sound miraculous, in Western science. But again, this is the great secret everyone knows except us, because Western science has only arrived at this understanding. You go to these ancient and indigenous traditions and cultures, it's where they begin. They begin with the understanding, sure, everything's connected, and sure, we're part of it. And then they take us one step further and they say, here, I'll show you. I'll show you how to create the effects in your body so that you can heal your body and you can heal the bodies of others. You can change your self-esteem and your body will mirror that change. It doesn't have to be a long, slow, drawn-out process. It can happen very, very quickly. It can happen in a matter of minutes. We have video documentation from medicineless hospitals in Beijing, China, for example, where they understand these practices and they've employed them for several thousand years. And we can look into the body of a living woman with a cancerous tumor that Western science says is inoperable. And then we can watch as three practitioners that understand the language of human emotion. They create the feeling in their bodies. They're not looking at that tumor as an illness. They see that woman as whole, healthy, vital, completely enabled, fully capacitated. And as they feel that feeling strongly among themselves, her physical body mirrors that. And we can see it through sonograms. We can see that tumor disappear in less than 3 minutes. And that's how quickly reality can change. And this is where the disconnect comes in with Western science. Because I've shared this information with scientists and medical doctors all over the world, and they say, wow, that's a miracle. We're going to have to come back and study this, and we will as soon as we find a cure for cancer, or as soon as we find the cure to cure on a mechanical level, what they see as a mechanical process. And what we now know is our physical body is the outpicturing, is the mirror of something that is not so physical. And this is where science now is only arriving. The three practitioners in the medicineless hospital in Beijing did not judge that cancerous tumor. They didn't judge it right, wrong, good, or bad. They said it's a quantum possibility, and there are many possibilities. Of course, this is just one. They said, now we're going to choose another one. But this is subtle and very, very different way of looking at things, because they acknowledge what is and invite a new possibility rather than having a charge on what is there and feeling that somehow we have to manipulate or cut out, in the case of a tumor, or change, hammer the physical reality into submission. What they're doing is acknowledging that moment, that example, and they're changing it on the level of what we would call the quantum blueprint. They're feeling the feeling as if another possibility has occurred, and in doing so, allowing that possibility to replace the one that exists without judging the one that exists. I was an aerospace engineer in Denver, Colorado during the last years of the Cold War, the 1980s, and it was when the famous brown cloud was inundating Denver, and we couldn't all drive on the same days. We had to carpool on different days. And one day I went to an engineer friend's house to do my carpool for that week, and I got there a little early. And I'd never been to his house before, and I said, can I use your bathroom? And I went in there, and he had little Post-it notes of affirmations all over the bathroom, and it said, my perfect mate is manifesting for me now. My perfect mate is manifesting for me now. We got in his car, and he had little Post-it notes all over the dashboard and the rearview mirror. My perfect mate is manifesting for me now. And, of course, I knew what his office looked like, and it was the same way. He had them all over the walls and the CRT. I said, does this affirmation work for you? He said, nah. He said, it never does. And I said, why do you think that is? And he said, well, look at me. Who'd want to be with somebody like me? I'm just an engineer. You know, he had a very low self-esteem about himself. And I began to think about the way that he was applying those affirmations, and other people have applied them very successfully. And what I found the difference was, for him, it was a thought process that never went beyond what was happening in his mind, in his own picturing, his own self-esteem. And the thought is important. The ancients are very clear about this in the Sanskrit text. They tell us that the thought is the image of the quantum possibility. So in other words, in the realm of all possibilities, everything already exists. My friend's perfect relationship and the worst one he'll ever have. The lightest of the light, the darkest of the dark. Our greatest healing and our greatest suffering, they're already there. And what they invite us to do in these ancient traditions is to reach into those possibilities with our mind. This is the power of the mind. And isolate, we lock in one of those possibilities So now we have taken it and identified it. However, to bring it into this world, to breathe life into that possibility is the power of human emotion, our love for that possibility, or our fear of that possibility. Either one will work. To bring that quantum possibility into the particle reality of our everyday lives. We don't have to know that. It sounds very technical. We just have a feeling. But this is the science of, appears to be the science of how these things are working. So this is why our self-esteem is so important. When we feel, when my engineer friend felt that, why would anybody want to be with me, is what he said to me. The affirmation for him was an empty affirmation. It was a thought that had no energy to invite it into this world. And an example of just the opposite of that is I know of other people who have simply made a list of all of the attributes of a perfect partner in life, because this is what many people, I'm using as an example, it works in healing, it works in peace, but we're talking about relationships. They make a list of all those attributes, and then they come from the place that relationship is already happening. What is their life like? How is their life different now that perfect partner is there? How is their evening different? How do they spend their time differently? How do they feel when they wake up in the morning and share their lives with someone? And it's those feelings that they live throughout the day. It's not something you sit down and do for a minute and then you get up and walk away. Rather, it's something that we become. We live our lives as if these experiences have already happened, and in that way we invite them into our lives, and they happen frighteningly quickly for some people. It's amazing. I know people that haven't finished their list, and they go out for lunch or a cup of coffee while they're making the list, and the person that just brought them their lunch is the person that's on that list, and they fall in love and they're married 20 years later. I know people that's happened to. So it's about clarity. It's about specificity. It's about being personal, being very clear that these are personal desires. Scientifically, it appears that this field, the divine matrix, it is a mirror and a bridge between our inner and our outer worlds. And it can only give us what we give it to work with. And the interesting thing is that we have been conditioned to feel the feelings of the things that we don't want in life and that we're afraid of. We wake up in the morning and we see the 6 o'clock news and all the things to be afraid of, and then we go through our day saying, oh, I hope I'm not going to see that today, or I hope it's not around the corner. And my question, so fascinating me, where do we learn to feel the things that we don't want rather than things that we choose to have? And how would our lives be different if we could cut through all of the static and simply choose in our lives what we would like each moment of each day, or our relationships, or our abundance, or our careers, or the peace in our families to look like? What would our lives look like if we could do that? And there's very good scientific evidence showing precisely what our lives would look like, because we would very quickly experience everything that we've created. As a scientist, one of the first things I had to understand, and again, my training, I was trained in the hard sciences, and there was no allowance for any inner experience to have an effect on our outer world to begin with. Number two, I was raised in a relatively conservative community in the Midwest. I was born in Missouri, Kansas City, Missouri. Excuse me. In that part of the world, when you talk about emotions, they kind of get lumped into this nebulous experience. So, thoughts, feelings, emotions are all the same thing. We really don't talk about them much. And by the way, as a male, we don't want to see much of yours. So that was my upbringing. So I began to understand when we go into the other cultures, and I'm referring again and again to this wisdom. We had this wisdom in Western cultures, and it was lost in the 4th century. About 1,700 years ago, it was edited right out of our most cherished spiritual and religious traditions, the biblical edits of the 4th century. It was not edited from the other cultures that we've visited, and that's the value of going into these cultures. And they identify 3 separate yet related experiences that we all have in our bodies, and they literally call them thought, feeling, and emotion. And here's the difference. The thinking they identify with the 3 upper energy centers of the body. The Sanskrit traditions have a 7 energy center or 7 chakra system that they work with. And they say the upper 3 are related to what we call thought or logic processes. So when we think about something, we picture it in our mind, that perfect relationship or peace between nations. But we can only invite it into our lives when we breathe the power of emotion into that thought. The emotion comes from the lower three of those creative centers in our bodies. So when we breathe the power of emotion into our thought, we imbue that thought with life, and those two energies meet in the one center that is not accounted for yet in our model. It's in our heart, or what scientists call the 7-layer liquid crystal oscillator in the center of our chest, but we'll just call it our heart, because that's what it does. Our heart is creating electrical and magnetic waves that are influencing the world around us based on what we think and the emotion that we breathe into those thoughts to create the feeling. So now we've just defined feeling. Feeling, by definition, from the Sanskrit tradition, is the union of thought and emotion, creates the feeling. Now what makes this really interesting is that those traditions say we are capable of only two primary emotions, love and whatever we feel the opposite of love is. And when you get really deep into the teachings, there are two aspects of the same thing. But what they say is when we have our thought, we are either breathing the love of that thought or our fear of that thought to create the feeling, and the feeling then becomes sadness or joy or compassion or anger. Those are not emotions, those are feelings. Now, for some people, they say, well, you know, you're nitpicking. What difference could it make? And these are the subtle differences between these ancient ways of viewing this inner technology. It's literally a technology, because we can have the same thought or the same affirmation and imbue it with a different emotion and have completely different feelings and create a different outcome. And this is the great secret that was edited out of our Christian and pre-Christian, Judeo-Christian traditions. When 45 books were removed in the 4th century, 20 were taken out completely. Another 25 were condensed and rearranged. And we know this because we found the information now in the Dead Sea Scrolls, the Nag Hammadi Library, the Coptic, the Gnostic texts. So we know what those texts would have said if we had had them. But the interesting thing is, without those texts, we tend to rely upon the written word, the validation, to feel that power in our bodies. I think everyone senses or suspects that there's an untapped potential in the human body. I've been on every continent of the earth, and I've asked every audience I've ever been in, do you feel that that's there? And they say, yes, we feel there's something there, but we just can't quite get it. Why is that? So we have a feeling that there's more to us, but we rely on a written validation in a 5,000-year-old text or a scientific study to tell us that it's true. And this is, I think, the value of going into those texts, is we get to see the words that literally say, in the Gospel of Thomas, the lost Gospel of Thomas, it literally says, when these two become one, when thought and emotion become one, then you'll say to the mountain, move, and the mountain will move. And I used to think that that was a metaphor. And I now have seen enough to know that moving a cancerous tumor inside the body of a living woman, that's moving a mountain to me. And it's all done from marrying thought and emotion together. 1998, I had my first journey into the highlands of central China and Tibet. And it was during that time we were given a personal audience with an abbot, who's an elderly leader of a particular sect in the monastery. And this abbot passed just a couple of years ago, so I'm glad that we spoke with him when we did. And it was this man, I asked the question that I asked every monk, every nun, I asked the shaman in Peru and Bolivia, that I had the clearest response from this man. And I asked him a question. I said, when we see your prayers on the outside, and we see you in the chanting hall for 12, 16, 18 hours a day, and we see the bells and the bowls and the mudras and the mantras and the gongs and the chimes and the incense, when we see your prayers on the outside, I said, what are you doing on the inside? And this was the man that looked at me. He said, you've never seen our prayers, because a prayer cannot be seen. He said, what you see are the things we do to create the feeling in our body, and the feeling is the prayer. And then he turned the question on me, and he said, how do you do this in your culture? Through a translator. And I began to think about this and realize that when we lost the words in our most cherished spiritual traditions that tell us that feeling is a language that speaks to our bodies in this world, when we lost the words that validated that, we began to think that the words themselves were the prayers, and if we say, or the affirmations, and if we say those words the right number of times, the right time of day or the right time of year, that we've said our prayer or our affirmation, and then if it doesn't work, we get frustrated and we say, well, my prayer didn't work or my affirmation's not working for me, because we lost the link with feeling and emotion. When I was in the monasteries in Tibet, and the abbot had passed, a new abbot took his place who was already in his mid-80s. He's the new young abbot. He's already in his mid-80s. And I asked him a question. This was in 2005. We just went back. And I asked him a question, and I said, what is the force in your tradition, in your belief system? What is the force that connects the universe? What's the force that holds everything together? And through the translator, he answered me with one word. And I thought I heard it incorrectly. And I said, would you do that again? And he came back and he answered me with one word, and he said, compassion. And I said, well, wait a minute. I said, is compassion a force that holds everything together, or is it a feeling that we experience in our bodies? And he said, yes. And that was very powerful for me to understand that, because it says that we have the ability to feel in our bodies the stuff that holds this universe together. And we're really not so different from those quantum particles in the stars beyond us, or in the tumor that's in front of us, in the suffering of our loved ones, or in the peace between the nations. It's all part of the same thing. The challenge is to make it more than an intellectual exercise. How do we know we're part of all that is? One of the ways that helped me come to that realization, there was an experiment that was done in 1997 in Geneva, Switzerland. Made world headlines. 3,500 reporters from the science journals were there. They documented this experiment, and it didn't make the cover of Time magazine or USA Today, although I think it should have. And what the experiment showed, the bottom line, was that when you take the stuff our world is made of, a particle of matter, one particle, and even if you split that particle and send each portion to different locations, which is what this experiment did, they split one particle of matter and sent one particle 7 miles this direction, the other 7 miles that direction. They were 14 miles apart, and even though they were separated physically, they were still connected energetically. So that when one particle had an experience, they would disturb one particle, the other one acted like it was having the experience. Sometimes the other one would act like it was having the experience before the scientist even disturbed the first particle. And it's mind-boggling. They said, well, how can this be? But what this tells us is that once matter is physically joined, even when it becomes separate, the energy is still there that's connecting it. And this is why it's important to me, because if we go back far enough in time, all the particles of matter of this entire universe that are expanding were all meshed together in a single particle about the size of a green pea, is what scientists tell us today. It's what the computer models suggest. That if you could go into the universe today and take all the particles of matter and take out all the space in between and bring it together and compress it into a size of a single green pea, it means that you and me and every one of our listeners, we were all once part of that same particle that creates this whole universe today. And even though those particles are now separate and expanding, and the studies showed that they are, energetically we're all still linked. When we lost the information telling us we're a part of all that we see, we found ourselves on a very technological path without the wisdom of us being in the equation. So we thought that's the world out there and that we're separate from that world. Now what's happened is our technology has come so far that our very existence is threatened by the technology that we've developed, whether it's the wars or the viruses or the climate change. So I believe we've come full circle. Now, to survive our time in history, we've got to write ourselves back into the equation. Our prayers, our affirmations, our beliefs, our language. And when they're spoken through the language of the heart, they have a direct, powerful, and immediate impact on our bodies and the world around us. And it invites us to be very, very aware of what it is that we truly hold in our hearts is the truth of our world, because we live that in our lives, from the lightest of the light to the darkest of the dark, the greatest fears and the greatest joys. What we're beginning to understand is that human emotion and feeling and belief is literally a language. It's a nonverbal language that this field recognizes and understands. And the field works in what we call real time. It doesn't know about a few minutes from now. So if you say, If you say in your affirmation, 20 minutes from now, I'd like for my perfect mate to manifest for me now, it doesn't know about 20 minutes from now. It is a real-time application, and this is why the key, and this is what the ancients say, and this is what the monks and the nuns tell us real-time today. They say to be very specific about what it is that we're choosing to have in our lives, because what we're doing, and it helps if we understand this, what we're doing is in the world of quantum possibility, in the soup, the nebulous soup of all possibilities, what we're doing is we're isolating, we're locking one into place. And if we're not specific about what that possibility is, then how can the field be specific about what it is that it gives to us? Whatever it takes to get us to the point where we can transcend the limits, the laws of physics and biology as we've known them in the past. We have a power within us that transcends those laws, that we're more than our mistakes, that we're more than the suffering, we're more than the limits that we believed in the past. And that is where I say, wow, that really inspires me.
Test 1, 2. The boy stood on the burning deck, which was made of brass. He did a triple somersault and landed on his hands and knees. Louise has affected my life profoundly in many, many ways. And I can recall the first time I was chatting with her, and it was on a tour of Australia, and it was one of the first conversations we ever had. And so I was trying to rush her around, and no one should rush Louise around. She is right time, right space, all in its good time type of person. And I said, Louise, let's do this, and let's kill 2 birds with 1 stone. And Louise looked at me horrified and said, why would you want to kill 2 birds? So from that moment on, I was really careful. Now I say, let's kill 2 stones with 1 bird. And it says a lot about her, because she always walks a talk, and she's always careful in the choice of words, and everyone around her seems to pick up on that. And I find that from that moment on, I really was careful in what I said. You know, I stopped saying, I can't stand this, that person's a pain in the neck, or I'm hopeless, because I'm hopeless because I can't remember people's names, or I'm useless because I lose the car keys. From the first time I met Louise, I realised how important your word is, and how it can affect your character, your self-esteem, who you believe you are. And so I always try to be impeccable with my word. And so, sure, I don't remember names, but I sure remember faces. And I've never lost the car keys. I just misplaced them for a few seconds. And so that's more accurate. That's more in line. And Louise has, taught me that at a very, very early stage of our association, and it's helped me right through all my business life. I always try to be a lot more careful with my words and be impeccable with my words, so that people understand what I truly mean and how I truly feel, rather than trying to second guess it all. Words are absorbed on many, many levels. My forte is dream coaching. I'm a dream coach, not a dream analyst or a dream interpreter. A dream coach assists people to decode their dreams in their own special way and get the messages that they need to get, rather than decode other people's dreams, and rather than try to, solve the problems of the world via dreams. All they need to do is decode their dreams and work out what adds meaning to their life. So as a dream coach, the power of word is very, very apparent to me, because every word that you speak, every motion, every feeling, everything that you take in during the day is processed during your sleep time. And what we do, we have this facility of collecting all this information, and then it has to be filed somewhere or disposed of. Much the same as you do with your computer every day. You get an inbox full of mail, and you have to decide what's junk, what's spam, what's important to answer, what's interesting to read, and doesn't need a response. And so words are exactly the same as that. They penetrate our mind and even right down to the cellular level. And it's very, very important then to be able to process those. And once you fall asleep, and during the sleep process, we review everything that's happened during the day, and we almost jumble it all up. It's like you get a jigsaw puzzle, and you look down, and the puzzle, the whole picture is apparent to you. Now, to really excel, you have to put all the pieces and jumble them all up and put them all over the place, and then put it back together, and then you understand the picture again. Well, that's how we manufacture memory. We pick up all the information, we see it all during the day, it gets jumbled up and filed and all messed up, and then it gets reprogrammed in a fashion our mind can understand it, and then we manufacture memory. Because we speak in metaphors, but we dream in symbols. So we have to see a symbol that will create a memory. Let me give you a quick example of that. If you keep seeing apples in your dreams, it doesn't necessarily mean health. It could mean your iPod, it could mean your Macintosh computer. We see a symbol of the iPod and the Macintosh computer in our dreams as an apple, and then that gets filed into our mind, Macintosh. It could mean forbidden fruit. It could mean enlightenment. It doesn't matter what it is you dream or the words you hear during the day, they still have to be processed as symbols. Our right brain takes over, becomes dominant while we're asleep. And the language of our creative, expansive brain is symbols, whereas the left brain is more logical. Like, you need your left brain fully in gear if you're balancing your check account, balancing the budget. You need to understand complex issues. Well, the left brain is in charge. But when you're catching 40 winks, you want to get a good night's sleep. You want the logical part of you to relax and reprogram itself and run a maintenance program. And so what happens is, while we're dreaming, we actually see dreams to keep us asleep. They're much in the same way. If you've got a bunch of kids running around and they're misbehaving, you put on a DVD, put on their favourite movie, they're watching the movie, and you can go ahead and do your housework, or you can go ahead and do what you plan to do because they're distracted. Well, the same thing works with our dreams. We dream to keep us asleep, to give us the maximum number of hours of sleep, because the more sleep we get, the more refreshed we are, the more positive we are when we wake up. And it's very, very important to wake up each and every morning optimistic. Because if you don't feel like getting out of bed, how are you going to earn an income to feed yourself and your loved ones? And how are you going to pass on your genes and feel like it? How are you going to create the next generation if you're not optimistic? And so this is something that came to us right at primordial times. The facility, all mammals dream, but humans have got perhaps the most creative mind in this universe, and 1/3 of that of our existence every day is spent sleeping. It must be valuable, it must be important, or we would have eliminated it. We would have bred that out of our system. Like, there was a time where we had tails and hair all over our body, and we don't have that anymore because we've decided as humans we want to stand up straight and we want to wear bikinis, and therefore all the hair disappeared and our tails disappeared because we don't need them anymore. We're not going to swing from trees anymore. Now, if dreaming wasn't useful, we would have adapted out of our systems. There will come a time when everyone's children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren will end up having longer and stronger thumbs. Only because right now they're all SMSing and texting one another and they're using this. And keyboards will disappear because everyone can't be bothered with, carrying around a xylophone. They got a little phone and bang, 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 and they get the message off and they know shortcuts, and there's a whole new language appearing. Now why? Because it's more useful to us. And so if dreams weren't useful to us, we would have cancelled them out of the system. They are unfiltered, clean, pure messages from our subconscious, and they are telling us what's going on in our heart, in our what adds meaning to our lives. Now, Louise's work supports all that, because if you go to bed feeling grumpy, worrying about the mortgage, feeling as though you haven't got enough to maintain life, then of course you're going to wake up feeling depressed, melancholy. But what if you went to sleep believing that all is well, you are safe, everything will appear at the right time when it's supposed to, believing that the answers will make themselves apparent, the healer will appear when you need it, the information that you need to proceed will present itself when you need it. These are all basic Louise Hay philosophies, and if you accept those philosophies as you fall asleep, and you fall asleep with a feeling of abundance, a feeling that you are safe, you wake up in a more optimistic frame of mind, and that in itself will make things appear much quicker. It's the same principle as if you left a light on the back porch on at night. Within minutes, every moth in town is going to be attracted. They're attracted by the warmth, they're attracted by the light, and they want to hang around that bulb. Well, if you see that you are that light, if you are warm and supportive and you're oozing optimism, people will just want to hang around you just to feel good. The moment they want to hang around you, opportunities happen, and fear and frustration can't reside where someone feels abundant. If you take the time to respect your dreams and realise that you are able to reprogram your life through them, if you get to the point where you can have lucid dreams and you actually tell yourself that you are healthy, abundant, and extremely attractive, then it will transmute into your waking life, because you've accepted at a cellular level. And lucid dreaming does this for you the same as it goes beyond creative visualization. It goes beyond the law of attraction. This is you and you alone in a realm that actually creates the very next day. And you're able to program this. And so to that end, as you fall asleep with this feeling of abundance, fall asleep with a feeling of being safe and nurtured, and you'll find that the dreams you have are dreams where you are climbing mountains and you are achieving. You're going up an elevator, you're going up an escalator, you're climbing to the top of a cliff. You get to the cliff edge and you jump and you begin to fly, and you look down and you're able to perceive all that's around you. You don't have to flap your wings, it's effortless. And so you see these dreams where you're actually going to the highest point. A lot of dreams will be in the attic of the house, on the top of a house, on top of a building. You see yourself ascending. And these feelings carry on when you wake up. You don't know why. You don't even have to recall your dreams. You wake up and you feel refreshed and optimistic. Now the idea is to make sure you go to sleep with the creation of these feelings. I recommend to anyone that I work with, grab a deck of Louise's Power Thought cards and just go through the cards and see which one resonates you and with you that particular night. And take that card and put it underneath your pillow and sleep on it. Some of the most incredible breakthroughs that mankind uses today or enjoys have come via dreams. We all have heard how that statement, oh look, I'll sleep on it. That's because you know that there's answers there. We can all invent anything we want. It's all available to us. The only thing we need to do is believe that they are valuable, have self-belief, and then sleep on it, and it will manifest.
Louise Hay film, Hay interview, take one.
Well, the simple part that most people don't understand is that every thought we think and every word we speak is creating our future. It's as though our thoughts go out into the universe and are accepted and brought back to us as experience. Now that is a very simple thing, but most people don't get it. They don't understand it. They've never heard it before and they think it's ridiculous. But if you can really accept the fact that every time you think a thought and every time you speak a word, you are literally painting your future, making your dinner, whatever you want to call it, you are creating. And you're creating your own life. And this is simple, but it's not easy to accept. But once you accept it, then you can start deliberately creating what you want in your life. And you begin to be aware of what you don't want in your life and how you are contributing to it. Now, I think this has been around forever. But for some reason, in the last 20 years, the universe has wanted this to go out among all the people, or all the people that are ready for it. See, most of us just think, and we don't pay any attention to what we're thinking. We're just doing it. But that's something you need to train yourself to do, to begin to train yourself to be aware of what you're thinking. And one of the ways to do that is to periodically say to yourself, what am I thinking? Would I like this thought to create my life? Would I like to have the experience that this thought could bring to me? Now, it takes a while to do that, but even if we could begin on the smallest level to be aware of our thinking, we can start to make changes. To begin with, you start by doing what we call doing affirmations, and that is making positive statements about your life that are positive, and you do them deliberately. You might do them in the morning, you might do them at noon, you might do them at night, you might do them, twice a day or whatever. But you do this and you let this become a habit. And as you start to do them, things will begin to change, maybe on a very small level. I call it getting the green lights in the parking places. I mean, they're not huge things in your life, but it can be very nice when you get 3 green lights in a row and you're in a hurry. Doing an affirmation is either writing it down, writing it on the wall or the mirror, or using just saying it. What I like people to do is to stand in front of a mirror and do their affirmations. Because there's something very powerful about looking in your own eyes and accepting yourself or noticing that you reject yourself when you're saying something positive about yourself. So that would be a very beginning way to start. Say in the morning, you get up in the morning, you go to the mirror, and this is a big one, and it's hard for lots of people. But you look in the mirror and say, I love you. I really, really love you. And to begin with, that can be so hard for people because they think of all the things that they think are wrong with them. But if you can start your day saying that, it's very powerful. Remember, I'd like to think the universe is listening to everything you say and everything you think and saying, okay, you can get that. So then it starts to bring you in and bring things into you. And I know this sounds far-fetched, but it's amazing how it works. If you do a good general positive statement for yourself, the universe will figure out how to manifest that, how to bring that about in your life. So things could happen that you wouldn't expect at all, but they will happen. If you think of doing your positive affirmations is like planting a seed in the ground. It's not necessarily true at the moment, but it is something you want to have be true. So you put the seed in, and you plant a seed and you expect it to grow. Or you maybe plant 3 seeds just in case. You expect them to grow. And you don't wait for 2 days and then dig in the earth and say, what's happening, what's happening? You expect that thing to grow because you know there's a law and a process. And the seed will grow if it is in the right soil and it has the right amount of moisture. Making it really a habit and doing it every day, doing something every morning when you wake up, that's a really good time. And another good time is when you go to sleep at night. And gratitude works a lot. Just being grateful for everything. The more, I always say the universe loves gratitude. The more you're grateful for what the good is in your life, the more good you get to be grateful about. Mm-hmm. And it's like, you know, if somebody gives you a present or gives me a present and I say, oh my God, I hate that color and it doesn't fit, and you know, that person will never give me another present. Mm-hmm. But if you say, oh, it's wonderful and thank you, I really adore it, it's great, that person is probably going to want to buy you a present every time they see something they think you would like. And it's like that with the universe. The universe loves gratitude. If you have very strong beliefs within you that you don't deserve good things in your life, mm-hmm. and a lot of people have that, then there can be delays. And sometimes people say, well, affirmations don't work. I've done them. But when they're doing, for instance, prosperity affirmations, and they've done some prosperity affirmations, and they say it doesn't work, nothing's happening. And I say, well, all right, how many prosperity affirmations did you do in a day? And they'll say 3, probably. And they say, all right, how many poverty affirmations did you do this day? And that could be 300, depending on where you're coming from and what is running through your mind. See, I have this, one of my thoughts about life is that only good lies before me. And I've been saying this for many years. So it doesn't really matter to me what happens in life, because I know it's going to be good. Well, there are lots of things you can do to help you become more conscious of what is going on. And because so many of our belief systems really are unconscious or subconscious, we're not aware of them. They're just things that were bred into us as we were children, is to take a little time to figure out what they are. And I always say a really good exercise is to take a big sheet of paper and write on top of it, say, what I think about men. And then another one, what I think about women, what do I think about money, what do I think about any subject you can think of. And just write all the things that come out of your thoughts. And whether they sound good or not, just write them down. And any one subject, if you just write them all down and then look at them and see how many are positive and how many are negative. And if you can take those negative ones and turn them around, make them into positive affirmations, then you can start clearing up what you believe about, say, money that is not positive for you, mm-hmm. and or is keeping you from bringing money in. And you can do that with lots of things in your life. So you can really begin to realize what you do believe about these things. So you can't change your thoughts if you don't know what your thoughts are. There is a law of thinking, and we are beginning to learn about it. And it is like a computer. If you have this gorgeous computer put in front of you, and you don't know what to do with it, it's a piece of junk. But if you learn the language of the computer, miracles happen. And that is what the law of thinking is. When you learn how it works, miracles happen. What you think and what you believe is what will come true for you. Your thoughts create your life. It's that simple. And when we can get that, we can make enormous changes.
Well, I think it really starts with realizing that you don't love yourself, that most people don't. Most people feel they're not good enough, that they haven't done it right, they won't do it right, they'll never be enough, and they're definitely not lovable. And when we come from that space, it's very hard to create things for ourselves that are really good. So in the early days when I worked with people, I used to fix this problem and fix that problem, and you'd have this a health thing, and we'd work on that, and we'd work on this. And one day I discovered, much to my amazement, that if I would help people learn to love themselves, to really accept themselves as they are, we didn't have to work on problems, because it was almost like a miracle. Everything seemed to fall away. It's a hard one for people because we grow up believing that we're not good enough and nothing is right. I remember lots of times I would ask people, well, what is really wrong with you? What have you done that is so terrible that you're not acceptable to yourself? And I never, ever, ever got an answer that made any sense. You know, they might say something like, well, I'm too fat. Well, so, you know. But when you talk about loving yourself, a lot of people think that that's vanity, but it isn't really. It has nothing to do with that. That is narcissistic. But to really care for you and to acknowledge that you are an important being. It's almost like in the Bible they would say, you recognize that you are a child of God, that therefore you are perfect. But even if you're not a biblical person, if you can recognize that you are a being that has self-worth, if you can really recognize your own worth, then you start to treat yourself differently. And I think that's what's so very important about loving yourself, is you stop beating yourself up, you stop making yourself wrong, you stop talking about how awful you are, and you stop saying things like, I'm really stupid and stuff, and you start to treat yourself with a certain amount of respect. And this makes an enormous difference, because what you give out in life is what comes back to you. So if you're giving out a feeling of, I'm okay, I'm good enough as I am, and I am acceptable, and I love life, and I love me, and you start having gratitude for yourself and for life, then life treats you differently, because you are having a different vibration that you're giving out and getting back. And that's when things really start to flow. Now, a lot of people don't realize it, but you have to practice. You just have to start it. And that's why I try to get people to do a lot of mirror work. If you look in the mirror, just simple things like looking in the mirror in your own eyes and say, I love you. I really, really love you. And it helps if you use your name, Louise, I love you. I really love you. It gets to that little child inside that has been rejected for so long, and it breaks open sort of a dam or a door or whatever you want to call it, and it's like little miracles start to happen. Lots of little good things happen, and the universe loves grateful people. The more grateful you are, the more you get to be grateful about. It's that simple. Life is really very simple. We make it enormously complicated, but it doesn't have to be. Everybody's on a journey from the time we're born till the time we leave. But when we go on a spiritual journey, it seems to be more conscious, and we begin to make conscious choices about life instead of just going on and getting up in the morning and doing our stuff and then going to bed. We began to make conscious choices of our thoughts and our actions and even the foods we eat and things like that. And it's putting your foot on the pathway one step at a time. And some of us do very devious journeys, and we take lots of little side tracks, and we don't get very far, really. And some of us just are very conscientious about it and go one step after another and go closer to our pathway, which is really, to me, I think enlightenment is letting go of all the things we believe that are not benefiting us in life, or the barriers to our life, to the good things in life, and to release them one by one and just think, I don't have to believe that anymore, or do I want to believe that anymore? And making a conscious choice. When we can understand that every single thing we believe has been a choice, and it may or may not be true. It can be true for you and not for you, because it's your belief system and your belief system, and then I have my belief system. I say a lot. That may be true for you, it's not true for me. I may not say that out loud, but people are doing things or saying things, and I think that to myself a lot. And also, it has nothing to do with me. Whatever's going, that has nothing to do with me, because I'm under the law of my own consciousness. This is my pathway. And you have your pathway, you have yours, everybody does. So we're all on a journey, and I think the more conscientious we are about it and the more conscious choices we make, the better our journey is, or the easier, or the swifter, or we get more goodies, or we have better health, all that stuff. When I was beginning to work with people in the early days, I paid very close attention to what people said, and it became a habit with me, and I still do. I listen to what people say more than, you know, the words they're using and everything, and so often I think, oh, if you just wouldn't use those words, if you just take those 3 words out of your vocabulary, because people use negative words a lot, the same ones over and over again. Yes, I hear words, much more than other people.
What words would you take out of the vocabulary?
Well, should to begin with. That's a big one. Because every time you say should, you're making yourself wrong. Either you were wrong, or you are wrong, or you're going to be wrong. So take that one out completely. And just a lot of negative expressions that people use. I'm not good enough, or this will never work, or oh, it's a rotten day, or, you know, there's just tons of expressions, and we use them over and over again, and they don't do us any good at all. Everybody's journey is individual, because we start from different places, so we can't all be having the same journey. But I think we all get certain ahas, and that's when we've sort of learned something. We say, oh, okay, and then if we can keep that, what we've learned, and practice it, then we've made another step and we can move forward. Yes, it's a lifetime journey, and we never stop learning. I'm 80 and I'm still learning. Though the lessons are easier now than they used to be. I like to think of it when we start, we have all these boulders in front of us on our pathway, and we start to get the boulders out of the way, and you finally get to the point where it's gravel. And gravel you can handle, you know, and you can sweep gravel, and you can do things. So, and then occasionally there's an old boulder.
Rolls back into your path.
You think, oh, I thought I had that one, but not completely. And you know, also I think that when we learn lessons, we think, oh, I've learned that one, it'll never happen again, I've done that, and that's it. Well, how do you know you've done it unless it comes by once more and see how you react? Have you really learned it? Is it really nothing for you? Have you gone beyond that? Or are you going to go right back into the same old reaction? See, we're never wrong. That's what we need to learn that. We're always doing the best we can. with the understanding and awareness and knowledge we have at that moment. I have a very firm belief that only good lies before me. And with that belief, it doesn't matter what comes, because it'll be only good. And I want it to be new and different and exciting and stuff. No, I'm in my 80s now, and new things are happening. So let it roll.
I am rolling. You rolling over there? Yes.
Well, when I was 12, I knew I wanted to be a doctor and a scientist. I was brought to Boston to essentially have my spine completely fused. And I remember looking up saying, I'm going to be a doctor and a scientist someday. And so I became pre-med at a very early age. But it's interesting, after you farm your intellect for so long, then your body, your spirit throws you an illness to force you to cultivate a part of your brain that you're not using in your mind. And so after, working as pre-med, I started falling asleep a lot, up to 17 hours a day. And this is kind of a difficult problem. I'll give you an example. Everyone will say, I fall asleep during movies, and I fall asleep during class. Well, have you ever fallen asleep running and gotten run over by a truck because you fell asleep? And I actually was. So there's all kinds of falling asleep stories, and this wasn't funny. And this was making it hard for me, to finish Brown and graduate from medical school. And so they gave me a medicine, and what modern medicine got me only so far. It was great. It bought me 2 years, and I was able to finish Brown from a 2.2 average to a 4.0. So it was like, I'm healed, praise the Lord. Well then, like modern medicine can only take you so far. And the medicine started knocking out my bone marrow, and there wasn't another medicine that would help. And so I was forced to look for other things that most people don't want. So I remember going to a medical intuitive, and I thought she was a nut, which is, of course, what I've been becoming. And she told me that my brain freezes up, and it was related to intuition. And I thought, well, how do I fix this freezing up thing, which is falling asleep? She said, I don't know. So you get a lot of that. So I went to a bookstore in Boston, and I walked in. It was Trident Bookstore. I don't know if it's still there. And I just was sitting, because I used to, well, actually not sitting, standing. I'd stand a lot because of thinking I wouldn't fall asleep. And I look up at the shelf, and there's this book called You Can Heal Your Life by Louise Hay. So I figured the medical intuitive's not going to help me. I figure out maybe this woman named Louise Hay. And her hair was yellow, so. And so I took the book home, and you have to understand I was really athletic. I used to stay awake. I'd run 5 miles. I'd do reps. And, there were these things called affirmations that if you did them, you're supposed to get, you can heal your life, was the whole point. So I figured, I'll give it a try. I didn't have much else going for me at the time. Plus, student loans were coming due, and I had no other options. I actually could not afford not to go to medical school. So I did reps, just like you do in a gym. Instead of lifting barbells or whatever I love myself just the way I am, 10 times. And after 3 months, I stopped falling asleep, and I was able to go to medical school, which was absolutely lovely. And so I was going to throw away this intuition, throw away this affirmation stuff, because it was something that I needed to get to be kind of normal. But it didn't work. I got to my sophomore year, and I started really hitting the wall. I was doing an MD and a PhD, as anyone would overcompensate who has intuition. So I started blowing discs and stuff, and I couldn't end up going in the intellectual career that I wanted to, being a neurosurgeon, because you can't stand up. So I chose psychiatry because I could sit down, and I hated it. It was boring. But I learned, it's very interesting. All roads lead back to spirituality and intuition, no matter how brainy you want to become. Because the only part of psychiatry that I really liked was cognitive behavioral therapy, dialectic behavioral therapy, which is fascinating. You look at these books by Beck, all these fathers of cognitive behavioral therapy, and you open them up. And the rewiring patterns that they give for obsessive-compulsive personality disorder, or, selfishness of narcissistic personality, or all these, or even just normal people who are a little messed up, was, I love myself just the way I am. It was just really remarkable. So you understand that what I learned in psychiatry, if I taught a patient to do this, I could bill Blue Cross and get paid. Or the patient could get the same treatment and You Can Heal Your Life by Louise Hay. So in my PhD and in my psychiatric residency, and I'm now a neuropsychiatrist and I work in the field of intuition, I learned the biochemistry of how someone rewires their thought patterns from I get one health problem after another to I love myself just the way I am completely lovable. We now know that we can rewire our patterns in our brain with cognitive behavioral therapy or affirmations. It changes the way our brains are wired, and they light up differently. So it's not just this fluff, woo-woo stuff with purple, but it really has biochemical, neurochemical, neuropharmacological effects just as effective, if not more effective, than Prozac, Zoloft, whatever else you have. So as far as I'm concerned, Louise Hay, former model, former therapist, writes this little book, this little blue book, and lo and behold, she discovers something by observation that science supports decades later. And we now can see how it works, at least from a biochemical point of view, on a functional MRI and PET scan. So I will be forever indebted to Louise Hay, what she did to me personally, because she woke me up, and literally what she has done as a revolutionary for, from my perspective, modern medicine. People have been getting hunches, intuition, seeing things, clairvoyance, hearing things, clairaudience, feeling things, clairsentience for years. And the thing is, if you look at everyone, you look at an audience, you look at people in a bus station, everyone's wired differently. But everybody's got a part of them, it's with the Boston accent, that's not right. A part of them that makes them unique, stands out from the crowd. And that part of you that's not right, that's different, that's a black sheep, that's the part of you, the window of opportunity for intuition. So for me, I've always been not right. My parents sent me to get evaluated when I was 5 because they said something was wrong with her. And though I passed and I got straight A's in all these classes, I clearly used to get bad conduct marks for, especially in the second grade. The teacher said, finish his class early, but clearly is distracted, is really interested in what's going on with everybody else in the room. When I was in the 8th grade, a teacher who probably had PMS looked at me sideways and I started to cry. And of course they took me to the guidance office because they're supposed to give you guidance, which is supposed to get you out of your right hemisphere of emotion and put you cleanly and neatly and hermetically sealed in your left brain intellect. And he said, you're never going to get through life with this sensitivity. And then when I went to see the medical intuitive, she said, when you learn to use your intuition, you'll stop falling asleep. The thing that I get, my intuition is like the thing that everybody gets their intuition, the part of them that's the flaw. It's this inattention that causes me to be concerned with what's going on in someone else's life. And then it's the part of me that falls asleep and goes into a dreamlike state. They used to study that. They used to teach medical students how to do that. In ancient Rome or Greece, I can't remember, they're all the same to me. They would put the medical students in the temple and teach them how to interpret their dreams and go into alternative states. And, of course, the other health issues I've had that have helped me get a feeling in my body. So for me, I work as a medical intuitive, and I, with knowing only the name and age of someone and not seeing them, I can see specific things in their emotional life, specific, that I see aggravates their health. And then I look at their body intuitively. They're not in the room. They sign a consent form that we're not having a doctor-patient relationship. I'm not giving them a diagnosis, prescribing treatment, doing psychotherapy. That's my disclaimer. They sign that. And then I look at their body intuitively, clairvoyantly. I look at their eyes, ears, neck, thyroid, heart, breast, lungs, and every one of them. And I describe things that I see. I don't diagnose. So I'll say, I see redness where your esophagus and your stomach come together. And they'll say, yes, that's that reflux, and so on. And then I give them solutions on how to, things that they can talk to their doctor about to make the symptoms better, but thought patterns that they can change to rewire the thought patterns that increase their chance toward illness. And where do we get those thought patterns from? Beck, a la Louise Hay. So that's how you do it. You learn to respond to the intuition in your body through symptoms, and then rewire the thought patterns that increase your chance toward getting that. So I wanted to understand if there was biochemical, scientific literature, left brain literature, to support intuition, medical intuition. Edgar Casey, people before him, Carolyn Mace. So I went to the Countway Library at Harvard, and I was doing research for Northrup's book, Women's Bodies, Women's Wisdom. Being somewhat greedy, I got one of those big Xerox cards that you can get 500 copies. And there's a Xerox machine in the Countway that has a pedal, so you can do both hands. And I would look up organs in the first chakra, bones, joints, the immune system, and looked at emotional patterns. Just what Louise Hay does. You take her book and you footnote it. You look for, and the thing is, it's amazing. They have L1 and L2, which these levels of all these old literature. It's incredible. I found all this stuff, thyroid disease, irritable bowel syndrome, arrhythmias, alopecia, OBGYN, because Northrup's book needed it. And I just kept files in the back of my Honda Civic, which had no electrical work at that time. I had to drive only when it was light. But anyway, I collected these files, and I just wanted to know, and I kept them. And then when an editor found about me when I was working on Northrup's book, Chris Northrup, I call her Northrup because that's what we do when you're on a team. You call people by their last names. She said, can you write a book? I said, sure. She said, how can you do it? How long can it take? I said, about 8 months. She said, you're kidding. I said, oh, no, it's ready to go. Because I had my 3-ring binders. And I had my little, when I read something, I put it on the card, and that's done. My favorite part, when the book came out, of course, my thyroid fell out. Graves' disease, my TSH went zip, 0. It's because I was afraid of talking about it because I'm a doctor, and I don't want to lose my license and have people, throw a fit. Anyway, so of course it was a really bad environment, and 2020 asked to come and film me. So I said, okay. So they came. This guy puts me in a chair, and he's got the thing there. And I won't even use his name because I don't want his aggravation. But anyway, so he starts rolling the camera, and my cats were in the room. And he says, do you talk to the dead? And I went, no, I don't talk to the dead. I can see them, but I don't talk to them. Why would I want to talk about them with them? And he got a little mad. He said, he kept asking me the same questions, and he said, clearly, there is no scientific evidence to suggest that thought patterns are related to health, that there's anything to do with medical intuition. And I was sitting next to the cabinet with these 3-ring binders. I went, I am so glad that you asked. And the cameraman, I said, these binders, I said, this first chakra, and they're clearly labeled because I am, a little bit of obsessive compulsive. We all have a little inner Martha Stewart. Anyway, I said, for example, Mr. Brown, not your real name, I took the 4th chapter. I said, if you were to have problems with unresolved hostility in relationships, the guy starts to get really nervous. I said, you would have an increased risk for cholesterol and heart attack, dying, sudden death from a heart attack. And the guy starts to look at it. I said, but there's more. They have a study here that says that when you learn how to fully express and release your hostility, you lower your risk of dying from a heart attack. Don't you think that's important information? Medical intuition can call it 4th emotional center or 4th chakra, or biological research can call it hostility, which is really you're mad as hell. Either way, I think it's unconscionable to prevent people from hearing this material. And he said, cut, and that was it, and they decided not to do it because it wasn't a flake kind of thing that would reveal it. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, go ahead.
Louise Hay film, Dyer interview, take 1.
It seems to me that I have always known this, and that I came into this world knowing that you become what you think about, whether you want it or not. I was really very blessed. I lived in an orphanage until I was 10, in a series of foster homes with my older brother, but he was sick quite a bit. He was very anemic, and I used to have to help him as a young boy. He was 16 months older than I was, and this was when I was 4, 5, 6, and 7, and so on. And I can remember I can remember I lived out in Mount Clemens, Michigan, at 231 Town Hall Road with a lady. Her name was Mrs. Scarf, and she had a lot of children would come and go from there. And I was in a foster home because the circumstances at that time were such that my father had walked out on his family, and I was born in the Depression, and there was no welfare and things like that in those days. So it was like people just helped each other out. And my mother was working as a candy girl in Detroit, on the east side of Detroit, earning $17 a week, and she just didn't have the money and wasn't able to provide for her children. So we lived out at this one particular place, and I can remember whenever a new child would come to the house, they would always say, "Go find Wayne." And I would be out in the back. They had orchards there, and this was no hardship. This was no difficult thing for me. This was a great blessing, I think, in my life. Those earliest days. And I can remember a girl named Martha came, and they were dropping her off for basically the same reasons that we were dropped off there. And they said, "Go find Wayne." And I came and I started talking to Martha, and she was crying, and she was all upset, and she was sad, and I was trying to convince her that she didn't have to be sad, that this was, and I remember saying to her, "This is a great place. There's no parents here. You can do pretty much anything that you want. I mean, you've got a lot of freedom, and we're going to have a great time." And I can remember being in school, at the public school. It was a numbered school. They didn't even name them in that day. It was PS number 127, and I remember the teachers, one time we were out on the playground and all the kids were all upset, and I said, "What's wrong?" And they said, "Well, the teacher said this is the worst class that she ever had," and she was so all upset, and she was angry, and she was hurt, and I said, "Well, why would you allow her opinions to have anything to, if this is her hardest day, then her life is just easy," and I can remember talking to other people about all you have to do is change the way you think. And it goes from being a miserable experience or a tough experience or a hard experience to one that you can do anything that you want with. And when my mother got our family all back together again when I was nine, almost 10 years old. And I can remember her telling me what it was like when I was just a baby, when I was just like an infant, that I was the one child that could make everybody else laugh. At times when everybody else would. She said we were waiting for a bus one time when we were just real babies before I went into the orphanage, and she said a car came by, and it was in Detroit, and there was all this slush, and we all went flying down. Everybody had dirt on them and dirty snow, and we were laying in the ground, and everybody was crying. And she said, "You were and upset and mad because our clothes were wet and so on." And she said, "You just stood up and said, this is great, isn't this wonderful? Look, we don't have to do this, and we don't, just turning it into something positive." It's like, so the ability to be able to do that was something, I can't remember a time in my life when I didn't know that if I really went to work on how I thought, that things just didn't have to be bad. I was the richest kid in the orphanage. I've talked about that many times in my lectures, that a snowstorm was a time we had two snow shovels at the home, and one of them had the edges all curled up from hitting the curbs, and you couldn't make any money with that one. So the other one, when it would snow, I would go downstairs and I would take the good snow shovel and I would put it under my bed, and I'd sleep with it right with me in the bed so that nobody else would get it. And I would get up before everybody else got up, and I would go out and I would just shovel everybody else's snow, shovel their walk. And then later on, I'd just go knock on the door and just tell them that I shoveled their walk. And some would say thank you, and some would give me a dime, which doesn't sound like much, but that's about $3,000 in today's money. And when I found out that soda pop bottles, for example, were worth 2 cents each, that if you took them back, you could get 2 cents back, that was just like, one of the great awarenesses and awakenings of my life, because I would follow people around who were drinking a Coca-Cola and say, you almost done with that? They said, well, no, I'm not. Well, just whenever you're ready. I just followed them and said, we'll walk until, and we had a coal bin where we lived because it was coal furnaces, and we filled that coal bin with soda pop bottles, and I would take it back. It was just always easy to change, and all the other kids would be not having any money and complaining about not being able to have abundance or be able to have some level of being able to buy themselves like just a little donut or a Pepsi Cola or something. They couldn't figure it out, and it always seemed so easy to me that all you had to do was just look around and see the opportunities in anything, and it had nothing to do with whether there are opportunities there. There always are opportunities. You know, I'm 67 years old. I have never, ever been unemployed or even can't even deal with the concept of unemployment. It isn't that I've had no job. I've always had more jobs than and it isn't because I've been through all good economic times. There've been some pretty sour economic times over the last 50 years or so. I just have never known how to think any other way than if you change the way you think about things, you can create whatever it is you want for yourself in your life. It's just a simple knowing. I mean, I've made a living talking about it. I've written lots of books about it and so on. But I have always lived it and practiced it, and I still do today. It was Thomas Troward. I don't know. He did some lectures on mental science way back in the 1907, 1908. He was from Scotland. And one of the things that he said is that the law of flotation was not discovered by the contemplation of the sinking of things. So that, you know, like before the 15th and 16th centuries, all of the ships were made out of wood. Not because iron wasn't available and steel wasn't available, but because there was a belief that wood floated. So therefore you had to make ships out of things that floated. That's literally how and then someone came along and said that it has absolutely nothing to do with what things are made out of. It has to do with the amount of water that is being dispersed. That's what determines whether something will float or not. And I think about that all the time because it's in the contemplation of what you desire that you create what it is that you want to have for yourself. It's in your willingness to contemplate it. And nothing more, according to Troward and mental science. So that I think about the Wright brothers, you know, 100 or so years ago. You know, it's like, and I said the law of flying was not discovered by the contemplation of the staying on the ground of things. So that these were two people, like for me, to figure out how to get an airplane to fly, in my limited knowledge of all of that, I would probably have contemplated the staying on the ground of things. You know, it's like this is what happened. But there's somebody came along and contemplated the idea that if you get enough speed going and you have the right design and you get pressure underneath something like this and you get that this thing is going to lift off the other. Somebody had to contemplate that idea. And everybody who contemplated that it wasn't possible, that it couldn't work, was a part of why flying didn't take place, because there was no new law discovered in the early part of the 20th century, any more than electricity was discovered by, you know, Thomas Edison or anyone like that. I mean, the ability to have electricity has always been there. Somebody has to contemplate. So it's like in your own personal life, your willingness to contemplate yourself as a person who is capable of attracting into your life what you want, having the kind of relationships that you want, being able to have abundance where you know, scarcity always exists. All you have to do is begin the process by being willing to contemplate the presence of that in your life. And I've always been a person that I can remember throughout my life as someone who could contemplate myself being able to do things that most people couldn't. And I can give you a good example. When my mother got us all back together and we were living in Detroit, on the east side of Detroit, and we got a new television set. It was a black and white. It was a screen about this big. It was an Admiral. And we had it in our home, and it was like, oh, my God, black and white television, you know. You remember Uncle Milty and all and so on. And there was a guy that was on TV. His name was Steve Allen, and he was on The Tonight Show. And I was 11, 12, 13 years old. I was born in 1940, so I was 51 or 52. And I used to stay up every night and watch The Tonight Show. Even though I had to go to school the next day, there was just something about that show and, you know, all of the characters and smock and all the things that Steve Allen would do on it. And I would come down, when I would be talking the next day, and I would be telling my mother and my two brothers that when I do The Tonight Show, This is what I would say. I wouldn't have said what Louis and I say, the way reacted, how he reacted to that. I would have said this, and I used to do this, and my brothers and my mother would say, "That's just Wayne. He's just nutty. He thinks he's on the Tonight Show. He thinks he's going to do the Tonight Show." And I would go up into my room at on this little tiny house that we lived in, a little 2-bedroom house that 5 of us lived in because my mother remarried, and I would see myself doing the Tonight Show. I would just practice it, and Steve Allen became someone that I was really enamored of. Well, fast forward, I don't know, 30 years or whatever, and I've written a book, Your Erroneous Zones, and the Tonight Show calls, and they ask me if I would like to come on and do it. So I do my first stint on the Tonight Show. I did the show like 37 times over a period of 3 or 4 years with all these different hosts, but Johnny Carson was on, and the first guest on the very first show when I did the show was Steve Allen. And it was like something clicked in me that I had contemplated that as a child. I had always had a knowing, and I can remember sitting there talking to Johnny about this thing that, and Steve Allen was sitting there right next to me, and we were talking about that kind of thing. So that by putting my attention on something, it wasn't some deliberate thing that I was doing, when I was 11 or 12 years old that was designating that I was going to be a person who was going to be appearing on talk shows 30 years from now. It was just an awareness a willingness to contemplate myself in that kind of a place. And I think the power of contemplation is the thing that most people haven't harnessed yet. And when you harness it in your life, there's absolutely no limit to what you can attract into your life. If you absolutely stay focused on what it is that you're going to manifest and attract, you're not going to do it in your time. Jackson Browne sings a song that says, "And creation reveals its secrets by and by." I mean, you can't push the river. It's all done in divine time, but it will show. It will show. It will manifest. It will attract itself. And I'm never surprised any longer about anything that I put my thoughts on that I can attract it into my life. I just absolutely know that law of attraction and that it absolutely works. And I have absolutely no doubt about it. And I feel as if, before I even came into this world, when I was in the world of spirit, that I had a conversation with God. And it was God saying to me, what would you like to do in this lifetime? And I said, well, I'd really like to spend a lifetime teaching self-reliance, because that's truly all I've ever done since the time I was just a little boy, through all my life. I mean, I could just go through all of the things that I've done. It's been always about teaching self-reliance. And God said, "You're sure you want to spend a whole lifetime teaching self-reliance?" I said, "Yeah, that's what I want to do." And he said, "Well, we better get your little ass into an orphanage then." Rumi said, this ancient Persian poet, brilliant, beautiful poet, he said, "Sell your cleverness and purchase bewilderment. It feels like bewilderment. It feels like awe. It feels like, even as I think about it now, I can feel myself tearing up behind my eyes, because only I know what is going on behind my eyeballs. It feels like so glorious and so sweet and so trusting, so knowing. There's just this powerful knowing that you're not alone. There's this, that it's like there's a safety, there's a sense of that you're not alone. I had this great experience years ago. There's a friend of mine, he's on KTAR, a radio station in Phoenix. His name's Pat McMahon, Irish Catholic guy. And Mother Teresa is to be his guest, right, on the same day that I'm his guest. So we're in the studio, and Mother Teresa comes in. Now, she's about 4'10", maybe weighs 80 pounds. And she's there to talk about a homeless shelter that she slept in the night before, to tell the people of Phoenix about this homeless shelter. And I'm there to talk about a book that I don't know which one it was. It was 10, 15 years ago. So Pat tells Mother Teresa, "Is there anything that I can do for you?" And you can imagine the bewilderment and the awe that this is an Irish Catholic guy from, living in Phoenix, and Mother Teresa, a saint, is coming there, and he's just bewildered. He's beyond bewildered. He just doesn't know what to do with himself. He's just so honored. And he says, "Is there anything I can do for you? Is there anything I can do?" And she said, "No." She said, "I just came here to talk about the homeless shelter." He said, "But Mother Teresa," he said, we have a 50,000 watt clear channel station that goes in every direction." And it's like he's got his ego involved. Like we can help you to raise a lot of money for your work and your mission in Calcutta. And she said, "No, I'm not interested in raising money or your radio station getting a." She said, "I just want to talk about the homeless shelter. That's all." And he's exasperated. And finally, he's down on his knees, really. And finally, she says, "Stand up." She said, "You seem so serious." She said, "There is one thing that you can do." And he just stood up and he said, "Well, what is it? I'd do anything." She said, "Well, tomorrow morning," she said, "get up at 4 a.m. And she said, "and go out onto the streets of Phoenix and find someone who's living there, who believes that he's alone, and convince him that he's not. That's what you can do." And behind the feeling we're talking about here is this feeling of aloneness for so many people who are lost in the world, that I don't have like a connection to something greater than myself. I've come to believe that who I am is what I do and what I have and what other people think about me, and who I am is separate from everybody else, and who I am is separate even from what I'd like to attract into my life, that I'm separate from all the things that are missing, and I'm separate even from God, and that there's a place within me that knows that I'm not separate from any of that, that if there's no place that God is not, or that source is not, or the energy that provides, that is always giving and always creating is not, if there's no place that it is not, then it has to be in me. I know that. And if there's no place that is not, and it has to be in me, it has to be also in everything that is missing in my life, or that I think is missing. It's there too. So that in some mysterious, invisible way, I'm already connected to everything that's missing in my life through something called spirit. And when I recognized that I'm not here as this human being having a spiritual experience, when you recognize that your essence is that you are a spiritual being, having a human experience, not the other way around. When you really get that, I mean, not that you can say it and it's clever, but when you know that who you are is this essence, you don't see, there's no other, there's no them. There's nothing outside of you. You're connected to everyone and everything. As the Native Americans, you'd say that no tree has branches so foolish as to fight among themselves. Living the Tao Te Ching, this 2,600-year-old, some people call it the greatest, the wisest book ever written. It speaks so much about relationships. Tao, the word Tao means the great way. It's really just another synonym for God, or source, or spirit, or that which is the all-creating. And one of the things that it says that was really helpful to me, probably the most helpful thing in it, was that whenever you have a conflict of any kind, in any relationship, whenever you have a conflict, that the person who is willing to be of Tao, of God, of source, is the one who will practice forgiveness, or will go to the person that they have a conflict with and bring love to it, instead of the freeze out, instead of the anger, instead of the hatred, instead of the revenge, instead of so many of the things that we do when we have conflicts in our lives. We just don't talk to that person. Like, I'm not talking to that. I'm not talking to him. He's going to call me because I called the last time, and that's going. But the person who lives the Tao life, the life of a higher consciousness, is the person who says, "I end all conflicts on love, which is where we all come from. We come from a source that is love. So for me, that has been just so useful. I have 8 children, and that's been just extraordinarily helpful for me to be in a relationship where I can always be of love, where I can just, and so then you don't even, conflicts become something that are no longer present, because conflict requires two-ness. in order to have a conflict. You know, you have to have two. You have two different opinions or whatever. But if you live in oneness, if you really see yourself in everyone else, see yourself in all the things, including the plants, including the animals, and including all beings and so on. If you just suspend this ego part of you and just see yourself in that other person, then your arguments are really with yourself, and your hatreds are really about yourself. And you begin to really see that I don't have to project anything onto anyone else that isn't what I choose to be. You do U-turns in your life. I've done U-turns in my life. And it's having the curiosity, it's having the willingness to say, this isn't working for me. You know, it's like you get bit by a snake, and you're bit, okay? So, but the bite doesn't kill you. You're still there, you know? You don't die from a snake bite. You don't die from you don't get hurt from what somebody else does to you. It's the venom that continues to pour through your system after the bite. That's what causes difficulties in relationships and so on. And when you recognize that to be angry, to be full of revenge, I mean, I could bring anybody in this crew in here and do a muscle test with them and ask them a question, to hold your arm out to hold your arm out like this, and think about somebody who's abandoned you or abused you, who did something that you didn't like, who borrowed money from you and didn't pay it back, who walked out on you, someone that you hate, and just for a moment, hold your arm out as hard as you can. I'm going to put two fingers right here, and I'm going to push down, and you think about getting revenge. You just think about, even if you don't want to do that, just think the thought of, I'm going to get even with that bastard for what he did or what she did. I'm going to really get even with him, and you push, and that you find out that they have no strength when you think a thought of revenge. There's no strength in that. Kinesiology, say, very simple test. Then if I say to yourself, okay.
I have somebody that.
Okay, sit down. All right, here, come over this way. Okay, just put your arm up.
Here?
No, over here.
Over here?
Yeah, just hold this. Okay, okay. Now, I'd like you to think of, first of all, tell me your name.
Michael.
Michael what?
Gorgian.
Is that the truth?
Yeah.
Tell me you're telling the truth.
I'm telling you the truth.
My name is?
Michael Gorgian.
And that is the truth? Okay,
That's
resist me as hard as you can, okay? And I'm going to just push down, okay? So that's the truth. Now, for just 1 second, just make up a name. But tell me that it's the truth. I want you to lie to me. What is your name?
My name is Ron Garcia.
My name is Ron Garcia. Is that the truth?
Yes, that's the
You're
truth.
telling me the truth?
That's the truth.
Say it again. My name is?
My name is Ron Garcia.
And that is?
The truth.
Hold that thought. Hold that thought. You see the shift? Can you see a change in you?
Mm-hmm.
Can you see a slight change in you?
Yeah,
okay, you're strong.
felt that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now I'd like you, I'm just doing that for a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay, now I'd like you to think about someone. I'd like you to move over this way. There we go. I'd like you to think about someone in your life that abused you, abandoned you, that did something to, without any details, I don't want to know any of the details, and you are hurt by it, and you are angry about it. And forget about whether you've forgiven them or not. I want you to just think about getting even with them. I want you to think about revenge, okay? I'm going to get even with that person no matter what, okay? And put your arm out, and can you hold on to that thought of revenge, okay? I'm going to get even with that person for what they did. I'm angry at them. And hold on to that thought and just think, resist me as hard as you can, and notice what's happening with your arm. Resist, again, one more time. Think that thought. I'm really going to get angry. I'm really pissed. I'm really hurt. I'm going to get you back for that, okay? And resist me as hard as you can. Now notice what's happening here. You have almost no strength. I'm not even pushing down. Now I want you to just change the thought.
Okay.
I want you to change the thought right now. And I want you to change it to one of love and forgiveness. I just want you to surround them with the light of God. I want you to surround them with the most beautiful love that you can think of. And just think of that thought. They did what they knew how to do, given the conditions of their life. I can't ask any more of anybody than that. Put your arm out. Put your arm out. Resist me as hard as you can, and forgive them in your heart. And forgive them in your heart. Now get even, get angry, I'm going to get really even with them, and watch what happens. Can you see the change? You see the change?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Okay. That's how it works. You see? Every thought you have of shame, every thought you have of anger, every thought you have of revenge is a thought that weakens you. Every muscle in your body. It's even in your eye.
Well, I think, even I've, like I couldn't look at you when my attention
I could
goes
see the shift.
somewhere.
Your heart is a muscle, isn't it? How many times do we say to our children, you should be ashamed of yourself? Think of, here, watch. Put your arm up. Resist me as hard as you can. Think of a moment in your life when you felt great love. The greatest love you ever felt in your life. Just think of that moment. And I don't want to know anything about it. Just think about who it was, okay? Can you think of a moment like that? Mm-hmm. Great love. Michael is just loved, okay? And look, I can't. you, right? I'm pushing really hard. Now think of a moment when you felt shame. You just did something and you're just ashamed of it, whatever it was, okay? You think of something like that? Okay, resist me as hard as you can. You're thinking shame, and just watch what happens to your arm. Look, look. No matter how hard you try, you have no strength, do you? You have no strength, okay? Now think love. Think love. Just think of that moment and shift. You see the change? Now think shame.
I'm trying hard.
Yeah. Think shame. Just think of shame. You're ashamed. You're really ashamed. Whatever you did, you're really ashamed. You really screwed up, okay? Resist me, sir. Look, you have no strength. Look, you can't. You know where I learned it? I learned it from my dentist. What? My dentist. I had crowns put into my teeth, and he would get me out of the chair. I said, who's this crazy man? You know, he'd get me out of the chair. He was adjusting the occlusion. He'd say, bite down, and then he'd go, and if I'd go weak, he'd say, it's not right yet. And he'd put me back in the chair, he'd adjust it a little more, and until, he said, now it's perfect. And it always was. It always was. Wow. This is the power.
Who's your dentist?
It's like, what we just demonstrated here is the power of the thoughts that we have. What a thought of shame, a thought of anger, a thought of revenge, what it does to the muscles of our body. The muscles of our, it's like, the reason I ask you to tell me a lie, you know, is because I wanted to test your body, because your body wasn't made by your parents. We like to think that our bodies were made by our parents. That's because you look a certain way and all of that. But if we take the tiny little drop of protoplasm that created you, and we try to find out its origin, and we take it all the way back to subatomic particles and reduce it, we find out when we put it in a particle accelerator and rev it up at 250,000 miles an hour and collide it, and we open it up, there's nothing there. That you came from the invisible, you came from source. It's the spirit that gives life. So that once you understand that this body of yours is a creation not of human beings, but it's a creation of God. It's a creation of source. It's a creation. It came from nowhere, and an invisible source, and manifested into the world of the physical. And so it only reacts to truth, because it was created by truth. So once you lie, this is an ultimate lie detector test. That's why I always say we could have saved $93 million with President Clinton. You know, it's like, come on. Did you have sex or didn't you? Let's get over this, you know. But now you're using an instrument not of human beings. All of our bodies are divine creations, and they only react to truth with strength. The truth that when you go weak, you're going against your Tao nature. Your true nature is not revenge. Your true nature is not hatred. You came from love, and you have to stay in that state. And once you learn that, once you get that, like having that demonstrated could change your life. Just that moment could change forever. People ask me, what is your biggest confusion about humanity? It's like man's inhumanity to man. This recognition that we are something beyond ego. You know, and we don't, we have a divided world, a world that believes that, you know, if you're male, you're different than if you're female. If you're Muslim, you're different than if you're Christian. If you're born on one side of the river, then you're different than the person who wasn't. And we've taken on all of these ego beliefs. And my real strong thing about it is that I think that my generation, when I was in my 20s and so on, we were the generation that had to end a war. You know, we had to end a war. I took my doctoral orals on the 4th of May, 1970. The announcement came on the radio, on the television, you know, at around 4 in the afternoon, that the government had put live bullets into their rifles, and they fired on students who were protesting the war at Kent State, and 4 of them were killed. You can imagine what I felt, because I was really working very hard to try to end that war. When I had to go in and defend my dissertation, which seemed so trivial, when I considered what our government was now doing, we were going to put and all these students were doing was protesting a horrific war where people were dying in huge numbers. I think the new generation, this generation, it's their job isn't to end a war, it's to end war. It's to end the concept of war. And the concept of war comes out of this ego identification of who we are. and a belief that I am what I have, and I am what I do, and I am what others think of me, and I am separate from everyone, separate from God, separate from what's missing, this idea of separation and so on. And we will inch by inch move towards a place where people will begin to recognize their connection to each other rather than their separation, or we'll have to just start all over. We'll have to start it over. As Einstein said, if the next war that is fought, he said, after this one will be fought with, with sticks again. We'll have to start all over again. We'll have to start all over. And it's really about slaying this ego, this massive ego thing. You can see it in our foreign policy. You can see it in the way that we treat it. You can see it on television. You can see it in all of the ads that you see for having to take pills for everything. And that's what I feel my work is about. What my life is about now is ending the concept of hatred and separation.
Every thought we think and every word we speak is creating our future. So we have to be careful about what we say and think. And resentment and, going grunging, as I call it, going over and over and over those past difficulties, they don't do anything but attract more difficulties to you. Because I see life as a boomerang. Like, what you give out comes back to you. And this happens over and over and over again. With a boomerang, whenever you toss it out, it comes back. And if you toss it again, it will come back. So it's the same thing with our thinking and our speaking. It's very important to be appreciative of life and to express gratitude. The universe loves gratitude. And the more grateful you are, the more things you have to be grateful about. And when I say things, I don't mean objects necessarily, but just you improve the quality of your life enormously.
I think what you're saying is a quality of life doesn't mean a really nice house or a really nice car.
It can, but it doesn't have to. But what good is a nice car if you are full of resentment all the time and you drive around hating everybody? That's not going to help anything. It's much better if you had an old car and you were grateful and appreciative of life. And I also think it's extremely important that you love and appreciate who you are. Too many of us have grown up believing that we're really not good enough, or we're not worthy, or we don't deserve. And, we are divine, magnificent expressions of life, and we have to know that and experience it and rejoice in it. One of the things I tell people to do a lot is to go to the mirror, especially first thing in the morning before you brush your teeth or anything, and look in the mirror and just say, I love you. I really, really love you. And start connecting with that inner child that's inside. A little kid who's probably been pushed away for a long time. And when you do that, it's amazing how miracles seem to happen.
If you could stress one thing, one concept, or one belief, what would be, and it's probably tough to sum it all up, but what would you say is the absolute most important thing?
Well, I think love who you are and be very grateful for life and very appreciative. Say thank you a lot. I say thank you many, many, many times of the day. Often not to anyone else. I just, oh, thank you. That's so wonderful. Thank you. And it's, you find more and more things to be thankful about. I was driving up today from San Diego, and the wildflowers on the hillsides are just beautiful this year. And I was thinking, I was so glad that I had the opportunity to see them. Because if I stayed down there, I wouldn't have. But this drive, which was, not a drive I particularly wanted to make, but it was gorgeous. Now, I'll tell you something that I love people to get if they can. When we have a problem, most of us go, oh, panic, panic, God, what are we going to do, blah, 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 blah. But I have something that I try to get people to say. When the minute there's a problem, you stop and you go, all is well. All is well. Everything's working out for my highest good. And out of this experience, only good will come. And I am safe. And you do this, if it's a small thing, I say it 2 or 3 times. If it's a bigger issue, I babble it incessantly. But all is well, everything is working out for my highest good. Out of this situation, only good will come, and I am safe. Now this gives This quiets your inner turmoil down long enough for the universe to find the solution to the so-called problem. See, when there's problems, we don't have to fix problems so much. We need to fix our thinking and our attitude about how we respond to them. And then you get less and less. And when the solution comes, you say, thank you. I am not a salesperson. I am a teacher. And I work with people who come to me, who want to learn to change their lives. I remember when I first heard that if I was willing to change my thinking, I could change my life. It was like a revelation happened. And I thought, oh my goodness. And then I just spent all my time trying to find out how to do that, because it sounded so wonderful. And there are other people who will never be interested. Maybe next lifetime, or the one after that.
So where do we go from here?
I don't know, but I will find out. Life will bring it to me. All is well.
We were just talking about the first time we met.
Yes.
Chris, tell your version.
Okay, so I met you, and I was coming to San Diego. This was with my book tour, Women's Bodies, Women's Wisdom.
You remember the year?
1996.
Something, yes, like that.
96.
Okay. And you came and stayed in my house.
And I came and stayed at your house, and the thing that was so amazing is that you knew what I needed.
Absolutely.
And
I was your gopher on that trip.
Well, you drove me to the gig in your Rolls Royce, and you had a carpet in the garage, and I was just astounded by it, to go out and the unabashed appreciation of having a Rolls Royce. I'm from Maine, the East Coast, where everybody, especially the old money people, they drive old beaters, and they like to pretend that they don't have any money.
Yes.
And it wasn't that you were ostentatious, it was that you were enjoying every
I had
moment.
manifested it. It took me 6 years to manifest it, and I did.
That's the thing.
I loved that car.
Yes.
And I was delighted to share it with you. And I took wonderful care of you, I remember, because I knew what you needed. I was a speaker, and I knew what you needed.
Yes, and that was astounding, actually, because in my line of work, Louise, there really were no way showers at all. And I know that you probably know women have been brought up for many years to mistrust other women.
That's true.
Like the men are the prize, so you fight amongst yourselves for the men, and then you tear each other to shreds. When in fact, the truth is that when women are supporting women, everybody benefits, including the men, and there's enough to go around.
And of course, and the women too.
Yeah, so here you are.
Yes.
You've got this amazing place. And I remember I had just gotten into feng shui through Tara Catherine Collins and her book, The Western Guide to Feng Shui. And your house was perfectly feng shui, but your love and marriage area was the bathroom. And you had, you had red curtains in there. It was like the sexiest bathroom on the planet.
I know.
Remember? It was like, and I thought, wow, you can do this with a bathroom.
Yes, it's called feng shui cures.
Yeah,
feng shui
things
that doesn't work, you do something to make it work.
Yeah.
Which is life, isn't it?
It is.
If something isn't working, you make a change. And of course, you and I have both learned that what you really change is your thinking. You think your belief systems and your thinking, and you start to accept life in a new and different way.
That's right.
And you look at experiences and beliefs, and you say, "Oh, that one doesn't work anymore. Goodbye."
Yes.
And then you bring a new one in.
about a voice crying in the wilderness. I mean...
Yes, a little voice. And people thought I was absolutely crazy. But remember, coming from a childhood where they thought I was crazy anyway, that was no different. So it wasn't hard for me. A lot of people say, oh, you had so much courage. I didn't have courage. I just did what I felt was right to do. And I was used to people saying I was no good and crazy. So now they said I'm no good and crazy because of metaphysical beliefs. So it wasn't a big deal for me.
Got it.
And I have a big mouth. And when I learn something, I'm very happy to share it. You know, I went to a Chinese face reading class recently, and one of the things they talked about was a bossy woman cheekbones. And I said, that's me. That's me. That's me.
Bossy woman cheekbones.
Bossy woman cheekbones. And all my life I used to call them Polish cheekbones. Now I know they're bossy woman cheekbones. But and also in Chinese astrology, I'm a fire tiger.
Ooh, really?
Now, the tiger is a very strong personality, and a fire tiger is a very strong personality. But in the early days in China, they used to kill the girls who were fire tigers because they didn't want them to grow up and tell people what to do. So this time, I've come forth, and I get to be who I am, a fire tiger with bossy woman cheekbones.
That is so cool.
But look what it gets done.
Yes. Oh, no, it's a force.
It gets things done.
Absolutely.
And I'm like a magnet. I draw people to me who can help me do the dream.
Yes.
And my dream has always been, how can I help people? How can I help them improve the quality of their lives? And it's always more people. How can I help more and more people?
Hello, I'm Estelle Getty. I'd like to welcome you to Louise Hay's study course based on her best-selling book, You Can Heal Your Life. Louise has adapted her wonderful book in order for you to actively participate in the ideas and beliefs she so lovingly shares with all of us. I've used Louise tapes myself and have found that I am now willing to believe that things can be different in my life. I think you'll find that this tape gives you a wonderful opportunity to learn more about yourself and to begin to heal your life. Here, then, is your personal private counseling session with Louise Hay.
Hello, I'm Louise Hay, and I'm here to share some ideas with you, to give you some new ideas to stimulate your thinking, to share some new perspectives. Let's know and affirm together that we are open and receptive to new ideas and to new ways of looking at life. I've often thought how beneficial it would be if these subjects could be taught in school from the very first grade. Think how helpful it would have been if, as a child, you were taught how to think and how to use your mind, and how to have self-esteem and self-worth, and how to have loving relationships, and how to be a good parent, and how to manage your finances. Just think how wonderful it would be to have a whole generation of adults who knew these things and manifested these truths. Were you taught any of this as a child? I think not. So let's share some of these ideas now, because it's never too late to learn. This is always the right moment. You see, I believe that life is really very simple. What we give out, we get back. And what we believe about ourselves becomes true for us. Our thinking creates our experiences. There is a law of thinking like everything else, like all of nature. There is a universal energy or law of mind or subconscious mind, whatever you want to call it. But to me it means the power that is within me and around me transforms my thoughts into experiences. You see, I believe that we are all responsible for everything in our lives. Every thought we think and every word we speak is creating our experiences, our future. And it's almost as though every time you think a thought or you speak a word, that universal intelligence or energy is listening or responding to what you are thinking or believing or saying, without judgment or criticism, totally accepting us at our own value. Whatever we choose to believe becomes true for us. You see, when we are little, we learn what to think about ourselves and what to believe about life from the adults around us. And when we grow up, we have a tendency to recreate in our emotional life the emotional environment we had as a child. Now, this is not good or bad or right or wrong. It just means that is what we believe to be true for us. And we also have a tendency to treat ourselves the way our parents treated us. We scold and punish ourselves in the same way. You can almost hear the words if you listen. And we love and praise ourselves in the same way if we were loved and praised as children. We also have a tendency to create relationships in our personal lives that were either the relationships we had with our mothers or with our fathers, or that they had between them. Think about how many times you've had a relationship in your life that was like your parents, either your boss or your lover or your husband or wife. This is not in any way to blame our parents, because we're all victims of victims, and nobody can teach us anything that they don't know. If you were raised in a family where there was great anger, then you are most likely to be an angry person yourself, or you're frightened of anger. If you were raised in a fearful family, then no doubt you look at life through fearful eyes. Besides, you see, I believe that we choose our parents. I think we decide to incarnate upon this planet at particular points in time and space. And we come here because it's like a classroom. We have lessons to learn. You have your lessons and I have my lessons. And so before we come each time, I believe we choose our sex, we choose our color, we choose our country. And then we look around for the perfect set of parents that will mirror the lessons and patterns we came to work on. We choose these people as the perfect mirror for our work. Then most of us, when we grow up, have a tendency to point our fingers at our parents and say, "You did it to me. It's all your fault." But really, if we're all responsible for everything in our lives, then there's no one to blame. All is in perfect, divine right order. And we are all doing our best according to the understanding, awareness, and knowledge that we have. Our point of power is always in the present moment. We create our future by our thoughts and actions of today. And we can know that no person, no place, and no thing has any power over us. We create all our situations and all our circumstances by our thinking, feeling patterns. And then we usually give away our power by blaming others when things do not go the way we want. Is this true for you? We all have things we believe and ideas about ourselves. Now, which one of these two ideas could be true for you? People are out to get me, or everyone is always helpful? If you really believe that people are out to get you, then you're going to have those sorts of circumstances in your life. However, if you choose to change that belief to everyone is always helpful, then you will find that wherever you go in life, people are there to help you. Now, wouldn't it be better to think that way? We all have a lot of foolish ideas about life and what we believe about ourselves. And we have so many rigid rules about how life should be lived. But you see, we can't really do anything about the past. That's all done now. And everything you have experienced in your life up to this moment, you have created by your thoughts and your feelings and your beliefs of yesterday, last week, last month, last year, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 years ago, however far you go back. However, I repeat, the point of power is always in the present moment, which means that what you are choosing to begin to think right here and right now is going to create tomorrow and next week and next month and next year. The past has no power over us. The point of power is in this present moment. And we can begin to be free right here and right now. We do choose our own thoughts. We may not think so, but we do. It seems to me that almost everyone on this planet, myself included, and everyone I've ever worked with, is suffering from self-hatred and guilt to one degree or another. The more of it we have, the less our life works. And the less of it we have, the better our life works. It's like the bottom line for almost everyone that I know is, I'm not good enough. And we often add to that belief, and I don't do enough. And I don't deserve.
Welcome to Raw Vegan Radio, the program that will open your mind to natural health and the connection between mind, body, and spirit. And now your host, Steve Prusak.
Well, welcome back to Raw Vegan Radio. I've got a very special guest here today. I've been telling you guys about it for months now. I'd like to welcome Louise Hay to Raw Vegan Radio. How are you today, Louise?
I'm fantastic.
Are you having one of the best days?
I'm having a very, very good day. Yes, I believe in good days.
Thank you so much for joining us.
You're welcome.
So let's start. I was going to go a little into your background, a synopsis of how you got to where you are today with the self-help and all the inspiration that you're giving. I'm Let's not even go there. If you want to know, watch the movie. It's true. And I'm lucky because I have seen the movie, and I was pretty blown away by it. I've seen it twice, actually. The first time I had the flu while I watched it, and it really helped me, and I got the book to go along with it. So thank you for your movie.
You're welcome. You're welcome. It was such fun making the movie. You know, people have wanted to make my life story, a movie of my life story, for a long time now. And the ones that have approached me, it's never felt just right. But when this particular director came along, I looked at his eyes, and he had very kind eyes and a gentle smile. And my inner ding said, go for it. That this is the one. And it's been a wonderful time because, you know, so many women in the industry, in the film industry, can't get jobs after 35 because they're too old. And I'm 81, and I'm making my first movie, and I'm having an enormously fun time doing it, and I'm the star. And it's wonderful. I have decided that my 80th decade is going to be the best decade of my life, and it is being such. So that's where I am right now.
Amazing. And was this an intention? Because a lot of the movie talks about intention. We'll go into that a little later. But was this all an intention that you saw coming into your 80th year?
No. I just let life come to me. I don't look for things. I don't. No. Just life comes to me, and I say yay or nay.
Maybe we could talk a little bit about what is at the heart of the movie, and that you know, the secret's out. We talk about the law of attraction, some of these concepts, but what is the real message behind the movie on how you can heal your life?
Well, if you're willing to change your thinking, you can change your life enormously. And I think a lot of it is we have to learn to love ourselves,
and most of us don't. We have some idea that we're not good enough or that we're not worthy of things. And we also need to be very appreciative and grateful for life, because the universe loves gratitude. And the more grateful we are, the more goodies come to us. And when I say goodies, I don't mean just things. I mean things that improve the quality of our lives. And it's marvelous. I think forgiveness is important, because no matter what's happened in the past, you can't hold on to it. It's like having a little teaspoon of poison every day. And if you do that long enough, you'll find diseases in the body. Anybody will. It's, life is sort of like a boomerang. And what you give out is going to come back. And you give it out again, it'll come back again and again. So we need to just enjoy life.
How much do our thoughts influence our well-being, our overall health and fitness levels? And
100%. Well, I really think it's thought and food. If we eat in the best way for our particular body, and we think really good thoughts, positive thoughts, loving thoughts, joyful thoughts, we will be in very good shape. That's my belief.
And what are some of the projects you're working on now, or are you just enjoying the...
Here today, at the moment, I'm doing what's in front of me.
Thank you for listening to Raw Vegan Radio with your host, Steve Prusak. Visit our website at www.rawveganradio.com for more information about natural living. Our website features suggested products to help guide you on your journey. Join us weekly for new and exciting programs right here on Raw Vegan Radio.